that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
Bubba. Well, what's up, man? What's going on, Smoke? Welcome to the stream, everybody. As you're coming in, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I wasn't even gonna go live tonight, but at this point, I'm like, you know what? That interview was crazy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was just complete shit show. Excuse my French, but I mean, it just kept getting worse and worse as it drug on. And I feel like CP can't keep his foot out of his mouth, man. My God.
I mean, what was your interpretation of the interview that you just watched with CP?
There's no communication between the two.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Seth wanted there to be more communication between him and the Proudfoots regarding Sebastian Rogers and the search for him. And I feel like, there's still bad blood. That's not going to go away. People understand this is not going to go away. This is going to continue to happen until they sit down. And I mean, even with them sitting down and squashing it in person, I still think it's going to happen. I think it's just going to be bad blood, and they're going to have to go their separate ways, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this interview, I think they're talking to each other right now offline. That's my interpretation of what happened at the end there. I did hear them say that, but we did learn a few things. We did learn law enforcement has those clothes, right? Law enforcement has the clothes that he, well, from what I heard, they said law enforcement had the clothes that he wore that night and were using that for scent. Did you hear that? There is things that, were important that I do feel like were in that interview, right? There was some important things that were brought out in the interview. You said I didn't see the interview. I just was watching the whole entire thing. I think it was like 3 hours. I don't think the interview with him was 3 hours. I'll tell you what. Hold on, let me see.
Assume since Sebastian is an Amber Alert that pharmacies.
There is Heather Cohn. Yeah.
That you don't have all the answers to is a problem. Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about
Teddy
it.
Kit Kat, welcome to the stream.
Ava. A few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
Damn.
I
so
actually reached out to you a month or so ago.
Like he went in hot. He went in hot here, didn't he, Smoke?
Yeah, and I feel like he's going off on her because that's the PI that Seth hired.
Advance for the case. He said, what interview? It's this interview, and CP had just came on. And again, I was in there listening to the whole entire thing, and there was some information, but again, hold on. You said I didn't see it. Can you play it? We could play it. I mean, it's long. It's decently long. I mean, even Seth had got on there at one point and they're talking, and I do like that they're talking, right? And you got to give it to, I mean, even the people that are mad at Chris, I can see this side of it. At least he went up.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
yeah,
not trying to play. I'm not trying to backstep. I'm just saying, at least he went up.
Yeah, but see, I feel like
at least he went up. Now, besides all of the other opinions that we have, at least he friggin' went up there and was willing to, shoot the shit and actually, try to get to some things. I feel like maybe the interview could have been conducted better with somebody else. I do believe that personally. I think that they were being cut off too much. It was a lot of mediating, and if you would have just let them two get to it, I feel like it would have been great. I mean, and even if they do it on the phone, but still, you could see that there was some animosity there, right? Did you see I mean, you could hear the animosity between Seth and Chris, and even Chris I told you guys here on my channel when we watched the interview with Peter Hyatt and Seth sitting there. Right after that day, he sat on there that night and he went on there and he made a few opinions. And I told you right as soon as we were watching it here, I said, that's going to piss them off. And what did he say? I mean, he's confirmed that tonight that it pissed him off.
Yeah, he did.
He did confirm that tonight that it pissed him off. You say he was cussing at everyone. Oh my God, you are finally on. What's going on, Lisa? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you, Melissa. And you guys can chime in too. You guys are more than welcome to chime in.
I feel like it shouldn't have been CP up there. It should have been Katie. Since she was the one that was last seen in the house with Sebastian when he disappeared, she should be doing all these panels. Chris should be sitting off the side and assisting if he can.
Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, what I think should have happened, if they were going to have just one-on-one talk, he should have never done this live tonight. He should have done that from the start because he knew. What do you expect? These people are going to be like, oh, hey, what's up, Chris? We love you so much. A lot of people are questioning him and Katie because of the whole entire situation that's going on. No one, we want answers. We want to know what's going on. We want to see footage that ain't been shown. We want to see, because as far as I'm concerned, majority of the people who are in here right now probably agree with me on this. We don't think Sebastian ran off like they are saying he did.
Well, my thing is this, and Chris kind of talked about it here, or I'll say here, but on YouTube tonight, he said they were talking about just in direction of what Sebastian went, and he was like, there is a back door. I mean, I heard him clearly say, he's like, there is a back door. But my thing is this, you have two sides of the street. If Sebastian left this house, right, and it's very possible if he did, but he did give out some like maybe hints from law enforcement. It was so dark. Did you hear him? Like, it's so dark that you possibly couldn't see him on camera. Like,
how do you know?
I heard those comments, right? Like, I'm hearing that. I'm listening. I'm listening because I want to help in any possible way that we could keep Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' name out there, point blank, period. That's why I sat there and listened to the interview to its entirety just to take in what was being said. You say Chris has anger issues. This is concerning as a personality trait in the household, Bernadette says. Myrna says, yeah, cause the truth, or cause the truth hurts. What's going on, Pink? I seen you over there. I was just listening. Look, I'm just over there listening, right? You said they should not work together because it's just impossible. They should both be looking for that boy on their own, share tips and leads. Other than that, stay away from each other. Yeah. Patty Chip says, I get that too. Jenny says, I don't see why Chris is mad. He's not out there looking for him and putting his foot on the ground. I see where Seth is exhausting. Just wants answers. He's definitely exhausted. That's a fact. T-REV, thanks for keeping us in the news. This is crazy. Someone in that family is guilty. I believe Crystal Amber says. Damn.
That's what it's looking like.
I had to come on here and see what you guys are talking about. And I'll play some of this interview. I don't mind it. Lucid says, I thought Chris's interview was reasonable, but look for your kid. Yeah, I get it. Again, he made some points on this interview. He did. He brought up some things in there. I think some stuff is maybe cleared up now, but didn't he say something about 8 p.m.?
Yeah, he mentioned
last time he was seen at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Right? Did I hear that right?
He was given like almost a recollection of what happened, like almost as if like he was there. I mean, yeah, he was on the phone with her, but you can only get an audio cue of what's going on in the house. You're not getting a visual. So how is he able to paint the picture visually if he wasn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did. Let's play a little bit.
That you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
What's going on, Opal? Welcome to the stream.
Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe.
Ricky Beaver's in the building. What's going on, Ricky?
Wants to help, and the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is,
I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
First and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business.
I get that. I understand what Chris is saying there, but I can't help what people are sending to me. At the same, you know what I mean? Like people, I can't help what people send in, bro. Like people send in, or can you pull up this email? I'll pop up the email and I'm looking at it, right? Like the one that was sent in to me. I can't help that a neighbor sent in a email that, you know, allegedly somebody was cheating across the street with a husband. I can't make that shit up. You get what I'm saying? I can't help that locals have reached out to me and told me stuff like that. I can't help that.
Hey, and you know what? And you got to do exactly what Seth said. You have to take everything that comes to you. You have to look at it because, you know, it might seem bogus at first, but if you dig into it, there you might find some stuff that might, you know, be truthful.
Yeah, Clown Show. Melissa Gibson, I seen you over there too. Witchy Mama says, was this what Sebastian lived with day in and day out? Maybe he ran away to get away from this dysfunction. Team Sebastian.
I think so.
Discussing the video that most of us not seen. Okay, I got you, Susie. Chill. Don't crucify me yet. I thought a lot of people seen this. There was a decent amount of folks in there, but
I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say.
Here, I'll speed it up a little.
Splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son.
She said your stepson, right?
The kids are treated your own. There is no title. A stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris. May I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with
Sebastian? You guys are just coming in again. CP had just did an interview just now. We were all watching it. We were talking about it in Discord at the time of this interview going on, and again, there's some things that are talked about in here, but it got heated. It got very heated. When you say Smoke at a point, the tensions raised inside of this panel here. Well, especially when Seth and him got there, like it was, I don't know.
In my honest opinion, CP came on here already heated.
Well, why is he heated? Because he's getting death threats?
Well, he's just not liking what some of the people are saying and questioning him. But here's the thing about that. Tough shit. Mm-hmm. Because when you have a situation like this, questions are going to be asked regardless of what it has to do with. Yes, we want to know what happens in your household with you and Katie. Yes, we want to know what kind of person you are. Because if you are the person that is being shown right here, then we want to know why you're like this.
I don't know. Let's continue to watch.
Sebastian going missing. I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay. And I understand. Damn. And I hear what you're saying. But again.
So let me help y'all something. Okay. Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm going to clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
my parents went to Alaska was because my father went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no, it's out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay,
terabytes.
I did not say that.
Nobody
said
said that
you.
here. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here.
Come on. What is like what I don't know. I guess if you put yourself in that position, Smoke, let's turn the table for a second, right? Let's play devil's advocate here for a second. Let's put you in Chris's shoes. What are you doing different?
If I was in Chris's shoes right now,
You're catching death threats from the public. You're frustrated. You're angry. Your wife's being accused by thousands. Where do you stand at? Are you protecting your wife? Are you gonna lash out? I'm just trying to really think of different angles here, right? I'm thinking of different angles, but I'm just curious. Put yourself in his shoes and try to take that in. I mean, what is your mindset?
First and foremost, what I would do, I would try to find out why I'm getting the death threats. I would try to figure out why that's even happening to begin with. And second, I would be doing exactly what Seth is doing, looking for my son. Do you think Seth doesn't get death threats? I'm sure he does get death threats. I'm sure Seth gets death threats too.
I could guarantee you he's gotten some smoke. I've heard about it.
But you know what though?
I've seen it with my own eyes, bro. Like I've seen it. I've seen people catch slack from both ways, like threat wise. If you want to talk about threats, I've seen Seth. I've seen people threaten Seth. I've seen people threaten Katie. I've seen people threaten CP. You know, and it's just on Facebook and in places like that I see this stuff. So what else did I see it at? Facebook, Twitter, or X now, YouTube, obviously. I have seen people make threats, but again, these little trolls ain't doing nothing.
No.
You get what I'm saying? You're gonna have people that make threats. I just don't understand why the hostility.
I can understand why he would be upset and mad about some of the comments that have been made about his family. I can understand it. You know, a lot of people are sleuthing, but people are sleuthing for the right reasons. I think most of them are. They're trying to find out what happened to Sebastian. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about Sebastian. And I feel like, you know, I can understand why he could be mad about some of this stuff, but he's not doing anything. Right. He's sitting in a freaking RV with Katie, and he's using this, I'm getting threats against us to not go out and search. He's not searching. That's why a lot of these people are mad, because they're like, wait, something's up. Why is Seth the only one out searching on foot? How come these other people aren't doing anything? I would find out why I'm getting threatened, and I would make it clear to the public. I would go live on a public, maybe on your own forum, and be like, my name's Chris Proudfoot, you know, and just state, you know, and give a reason. But he feels like he's done that, and he's still getting threats. But people are going to threaten him because we find these two to be very suspicious.
I mean, if you got to think about it like this too, and my thing is this: if you guys pass lie detector tests and you're cleared, it doesn't matter. I mean, if we're saying that he truly went off on foot here, right? He left on foot. If he left on foot, nothing would be off the table. I mean, I think all the information should be put out to the public if he truly left on foot.
And the reason why I think he's not letting KP say anything, because I think he's afraid that she's going to tell the truth about what really happened. So I personally don't think he left on foot, because you would have neighbors coming forward saying they saw him. If you leave that house on foot and you go across that yard, if you go out the back door, you're going to be on the next street over. There's houses. You can't tell me that those houses, every single one of those houses, don't have some kind of surveillance camera system to collect data from the roads or their property. You can't tell me that if he left from the front door, that the houses across the street with the ring cams didn't catch him coming out the house. He's not seen coming out of the house, and that is why the fuck people are mad.
Right, and this is the thing too. I've said it plenty of times. If he's seen on camera going in, and then I heard Chris kind of snap on Seth a little bit here, like, you sat down, you seen the video. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna continue to play. And we'll talk about it.
here saying some foul stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
Thank you.
But
Trust me. What I'm bringing.
C is answering questions when he wasn't there. K needs to stop hiding behind C. Katie has the info needed to find Sebastian. End of story. Misty Fisher. I mean, let him. Yeah, I agree. Let him talk. Where's Katie? Remember they asked during this interview something about Katie, and he was like, "No." Immediately shut it down.
He said, I'm not letting my wife talk. He goes, people have been more vile to her than me, so I'm not letting her get involved in this. But you know what? One thing I will say, we will cover it in this video when you keep playing it. But I remember him saying, I passed that lie detector test with flying colors.
Yes, that was said 100%, and we're going to continue to play it.
It's not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a good.
By the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
What's up, Casey? Welcome.
But Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing: when you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian.
What's up, Dad?
And let me tell them, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
It is not thinking outside of the box. Does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Okay. Not you. I'm saying the public. And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that. But it doesn't matter.
I did want to clear
that does not matter. Doesn't matter one iota.
I did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make it clear
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And that's not what I'm saying. That's not
what come on. Bring it. Like, what do you like? That's crazy.
Yeah. He's taking his anger out on her for no reason.
Smoke, what question did you ask me? You know what I mean? It's like, come on.
But here they are publicly, and he's not one that.
What question did you ask me, Smoke? You know, it's the anger in there, right? It's the anger in there. I guess I could get it. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I got to continue to watch this. Again, it's my second time watching it, and I'm just taking in all the information again. I'm glad Chris went on the show, and we did get some things clarified, which is very true, Susan, and it's a great point that you're making. You said, I found it to be helpful. Hopefully a new search will be announced very soon. I love the optimism from you and just the hope, Susan. Keep holding on to it because poor little Sebastian definitely needs that. He definitely needs that right now because I feel like it's turned into a drama show and it really is Team Sebastian. It is. Give his family actions with faith. Can he really blame anyone for thinking they wouldn't be involved? It's another good point, Michelle. It's another good one.
What I'm saying, I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it.
Chris will take his own advice.
You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
It pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that.
What's wrong there? What are you hearing?
Wow, man.
What's causing a reaction there for you?
She's just trying to reassure him that, the hateful and evil comments people are saying pisses her off too. And he just can't keep a level head about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, he came in this already angry. So that's just red flag to me, man. It just keeps getting worse. The more you play, it gets worse. And honestly,
I know, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, what? Like, I get it, the frustration, the constant people watching, and having these opinions, right?
Right.
Let me pull this up real quick because I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Somebody was sending me this today.
At this point, I honestly think that they should just, have the FBI fully take over the case and let them do the work.
The thing is here, people are, I know they're upset, but Yogi Bear Campground, 241 miles away. I believe it's 241 miles away, right? From the front door of the house. If Sebastian truly left, he can't be let back into the house if he did come home. You know what I mean? It's things like that really threw that off, and anybody should understand that. You get what I'm saying? Like, anybody should understand that. Like, it doesn't even make sense. The story doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. There's nothing. There's no line. There's no trail to find where Sebastian went. You get what I'm saying? There's no resolution, dude. It's 63 days, and there's not been a sighting of this kid. There's been a bunch of sightings reported, but nothing found of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers whatsoever. So again, they need to search. If he truly left on foot, then you probably should reconsider searching a whole 5-mile radius in each direction from that home.
Yeah, I agree. And one thing I think that they made a mistake here is letting their PI come on public forums like this and do this. It looks unprofessional to me because especially this live, how hostile it got so quick, it does not look good for the case. When you have a PI constantly interacting with people like Chris, and getting on public, I think the PI should do their job and investigate privately, so that way there isn't so much stuff like this going on where it can create misinformation, which can lead to bad tips and throwing law enforcement off. Having a PI constantly being on Facebook, social media, constantly being on panels on YouTube, it does not look good for the case, in my opinion.
You said, hey, T-REV, love the movement. Is this true? Did law enforcement see Sebastian on camera? Yes, that's what they're saying. They are saying that. Or at least from my knowledge and what's being told out, yeah. He took the trash to the end of the driveway. They have that on rain cam. That is what is being told to everybody. So again, yeah.
But I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you. All right. Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I said that. There's a lot of
Stacey,
crazy people online. And just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you. Okay. We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when we when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem.
You're damn
never.
right it is.
Until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, everybody, stop with that bullshit, all right?
Here, let me add this to the thing.
The
We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help, because he'd have been home by now.
Right, no, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay, but understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
Or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay. But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaged me again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Lady
Heather.
said they told Nancy Grace they left the house because of work. Now they're saying they left due to death threats. Which one is it? That's why we side-eye. Lady C, great point.
That's a good point.
Great point. She said, and I like that. Again, they told Nancy Grace they left the house because of work. Now they're saying they left due to death threats. That's another good point.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I remember hearing that
on the Nancy Grace interview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she was going with him because Sebastian could be anywhere. That was also said too.
And they've been sitting in the RV since, not doing anything. No vigils. Well, actually, hold on. Allegedly. Now, if I'm mistaken, I heard Chris say something on this right here earlier, that he said something. He mentioned something about he was at the vigil or something, because he said people were taking pictures of him. So I'm assuming he was there. Unless he's talking about the one. Yeah, he says on this somewhere. I think it's down more.
No, they must be. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about when he talks about meeting up with Seth.
Yeah, that's the one I'm guessing he's assuming. I'm assuming that's what he's talking about. Is what I meant to say. Is people are taking pictures of him while he was there, which we know one guy was filming it, which was the one that is content creator that put the video up. When Seth said y'all can go fuck yourself, whatever.
I don't understand what he means by all the money. Like money. If you had all this money, we wouldn't need this. What do you mean? Money doesn't bring people back.
Exactly.
I don't give a how much money you got. You could have $100 million and that still doesn't bring nobody fucking home. So what are we really even talking about when it comes to that? We're talking about, he's talking about money grow from trees. I wouldn't need people. What do you mean? Like, you can have $100 million and that still won't bring, you could have enough money to pay as many people as you want to.
Yeah. What's having a lot of money going to bring? How's having a lot of money going to bring Sebastian back home so quick?
It's not. Money doesn't bring nobody home. Money doesn't bring shit home. It may move people if they know something. You get what I'm saying? Like if there is say there's a big reward out. If somebody knows information, yeah, that person might budge on that reward because they may want that money. But if nobody knows anything, it doesn't matter how much money in the world you got.
Exactly.
You could have all the money you want. You could have a tree bush growing money every single day, and it still won't bring the person you want home. But what will is, working with the people, letting people know what's going on. Why is everything in this shit so a big secret is what I want to know. Like, it's like you can't come out and clarify the flashlights, the easiest shit to clarify. It's instead it's so complicated that people are literally coming up with these theories and different things. Like, I mean, it's very easy to put out some information. Okay, he came to the end of the driveway, he went up, and we're so puzzled, we can't find him, guys. We need your help. We don't know if he went out the backyard, but we know that he wasn't seen back the driveway. I mean, it's just things like that. And then again, people are looking at him weird because it's the anger and the the way that he's talking to these women. Like, have some fucking respect when you talk to these women.
Exactly.
Have some respect.
That just makes me think he's being hateful like this. If he can show and exert this kind of hatred and vile attitude with these women, now I'm going to question how he is to Katie. Just saying.
Chris is loving this attention and being able to be mean to us. We need to boycott Chris and ignore him.
I wish we could.
Hey, look, all I know is this Team Sebastian. It's just turning into a circus. All the public is asking for is transparent information to where Sebastian went. Who, like, law enforcement knows this and they know that. Well, if he truly walked out on foot, putting out some of this information wouldn't matter. I'm just saying, but we'll keep playing.
Sir, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
angry, I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled.
I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yep. Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments, and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
no.
Then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out, okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. Okay. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us?
Anybody? And the other part of this is, if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him. Exactly.
Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But I'm not.
Well, do you got bowel movement issues to control yourself?
I do not.
Evil exists. Team Sebastian, what's going on? Evil exists. Crazy interview here. Crazy interview right here.
But actually, that's a good point, though. and he just brought that up. You mentioned something about bladder control or whatever.
Did you have that?
I did not have that. But what I will say is, if Sebastian truly did leave on foot that night and walked away from the house and stayed in the area for a certain period of time, wouldn't there be feces of his that they could find, like human feces? It would have his DNA associated with it if he had to use the restroom or something. Because if he's out on foot and he's not in someone's house, he has to use the restroom.
I agree. You would definitely have to use the restroom, but I don't know. Human feces. We think he's out here shitting on rocks? I mean,
if you gotta go, you gotta go. So if you're in the woods or something, you have to go to the bathroom. I mean,
do we really think that he could survive the woods for this long without being seen whatsoever, getting any water or anything? I mean, are we thinking that he's Cavalcante? What are we thinking here?
Not this long. I wouldn't say he could survive this long in the woods, but what I will say is at the initial start, a day or so, maybe. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that I get that part. I get that part. But for this long, it's like,
no, he would have already been spotted. People would have seen smoke, and they would have seen smoke trails or signs of someone staying at a camp or something. Signs would have been present, but
I don't know, man. It's just, was he abducted or did something happen at home?
One of the two, I think.
I'm serious. Was he abducted or did something happen at home?
I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me tell you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't.
Yes, you were correct. No, you were correct. You just hit the nail on the head. You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't, and he needs to learn how to close it, because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right, and you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth.
Here it is, right here. Listen, when he went to the vigil, this is where he starts to talk about when he went there and after Seth went on Peter Hyatt. Here it is, right here. Listen up closely.
Very calmly, very respectfully. We were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not an aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one. But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point.
Do we honestly think that it's a little bit of this?
Emotional damage.
Yes. In the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect.
That's what I'm
But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance. Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Man,
I don't see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met. I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Frog tripping in the
Okay, well,
background.
again, I just, if I could just,
The frogs are tripping like a motherfucker in the background, ain't they? Oh my gosh.
Oh, is that the campground frogs?
I think it has to be.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about I mean, not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah. And it's like an energy vampire, you know, and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I said that from day one, and I'm telling you now.
One thing I've learned in life, when someone is lying, they get angry.
Bingo.
That's the fact, Jack. That's the fact, Jack.
It has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Gave it to me along with another agency.
Yep.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I passed it. They called and told him that.
Someone said even the frogs know he's lying. Man. Look, all we want to do is continue to help find Sebastian and share the story out there. But this, like I said, this interview, it does clear up some things. And there is stuff brought up again about clothes. Remember the big question about clothes everybody has? Well, that question is answered during this interview.
Passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I've listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you pass a polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian? You or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
again,
you know, another thing which is kind of funny that you bring this up because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
Mm-hmm.
If you got it, post it. Because
I
if
agree.
you ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I've never seen that.
And
exactly, because it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever, to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open, and when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old. Instead of when you see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Bing bong.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received.
She says she's more concerned public comments than searching for Sebastian ?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Allegedly, I think. I mean, yeah. I do believe he is more concerned about public comments, allegedly. It just seems that way, or maybe it's just weighing down on him.
See, my thing is this, though. If he's so worried about these death threats, people know where he's at. His location's already been shared. If he's so worried about death threats, why did he come on this tonight?
No, if you're so, and another thing, if you're so worried about death threats, why go to a little 2x2 fucking camper where people know you're there? I mean, literally, right? There's people that are sending me pictures of friggin', and I don't, again, I can't help what people are sending me. There's people sending me videos of the Yogi Bear campground. They're there. They're out here, T-REV. You know what I mean? Like, so I can't help it. I can't help it that people are sending that. I really can't. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? And again, Seth has got death threats. Seth has been told, hey, we have your son. We need 20 grand. You know, crazy shit like that. Like, imagine a troll hitting you up or going out to the public and saying, I have Sebastian. I need, you know, thousands of dollars.
Right.
Right. Like, I mean, that's definitely going on. Misty Fisher, thank you. I appreciate it. NH, thank you for the support to the channel. I appreciate you guys. Nick said this is how narcissistic people act when they are under fire and their public image is stained. I lived with one for 7 years. Narcissistic sociopath behavior. It's on a lighter note if you want. I don't know, this interview again, it did clear up some things like about the clothes, and I thought I heard somewhere in this interview something about Sebastian last being seen at 8 p.m. on camera or something along those lines. And again, I'm listening for it. Maybe I misheard something, but I thought I heard something to that degree. That's why I'm listening.
Tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back, and so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't think
for the record, right? So for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because
it's a damn circle.
Y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't, and I understand that, and, like and I'm sorry that we can't give you every.
You like how he sprinkled some, or you don't have the information that me and Katie have. Or the little that Seth has, like sprinkled just a tad for Seth, but acted like he's got a little bit more than what Seth has allegedly. That's kind of how I interpreted that. It's like, okay, Seth has a little bit, but we have it all.
Yeah.
Like we got all the answers, but Seth has a tad bit of them. What's fair about that?
It's not fair.
That's actually like, I don't know. You said the one-sided polygraph theory. Full deck says, Eileen says, TBI didn't say he passed a polygraph. Yeah, we didn't hear that. We definitely didn't hear that. Monarch says, why did he pause for so long? It would have been a quick no. The rhetoric, you said the rhetoric he's talking about is Chris being exposed and he's angry. Yeah, that's a good point too. He's definitely angry. We know that.
We just want to know the truth about happening to Sebastian.
This is how narcissists behave. They explode when they are getting exposed.
Oh my God!
Single thing under the sun I wished we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything.
As always.
You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy. Not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be, and then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does, and we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm gonna tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown.
Seth, we agree with you, brother. We want to know where he is too.
Is Seth in chat?
Yes, he is.
I deserve the answer. Where's Sebastian? Is my son? Or where's Sebastian? Well, he's asking where Sebastian is.
We agree with you, man.
Again, this interview here, I don't know. Still listening. We're locked in. Our prayers are with you, though, Seth. We're not. It's Team Sebastian around here. That's all I know. That's all I do know. You know, nobody wants to see all this drama. We just want to help find Sebastian. And you know what? Transparent information. We're not asking you to tell us. We're really not asking anybody to tell us anything as far as more information than what he's known. He's putting it like, I can't tell you something that we don't know. We get that. We get that. But what you could have said is something about those clothes. You could have told Seth that 3 weeks ago before he even asked it on a fucking podcast. Why would Seth have to go on a podcast and ask about where his son, or be asked a good question by somebody and then think about it? Damn, maybe I should text TBI and ask him where these clothes are. But instead, what happens, Smoke? He gets ridiculed by law enforcement from there, right? Or they get kind of upset when he brings up the question about the clothes, and it could have been answered so easily.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
I've even heard too that, you know, and you've told me this too, that he's even told you that, you know, he didn't find out about Sebastian getting abused, and he actually had to go online and see that.
He had to see it on Smiley's channel.
So that right there just tells me that Sebastian wasn't getting the full care he needed over at the Proudfoot residence. And I feel like, you know, if it was that, you know, big of a kind of work and stuff over there, that Seth should have had him day one.
Again, he did find out through the internet, and you know, there's some back and forth things going on, but that's not what it's about. It's about finding Sebastian. And at the end of the day, the little details like his clothes and law enforcement having them and using them for scent, those things could have been answered for Seth a long time ago. You get what I'm saying? Seth was asking for information. How hard is it to tell, hey, Seth, you know, the clothes, the law enforcement has the clothes, they have this, they have that, they have. I don't think it's that hard. I really don't.
What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state, with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it. I don't think, I mean, just sort of making everybody in the United States go hand in hand, start at one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand. That's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Right.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not.
I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris.
Correct.
The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have.
That's when he cuts it to the Katie documents, I think. And he's like, "What documents?" And it's like, "Kate." I think she says Katie.
I refused to release it because
documents on. Let me ask you this: on who? Me, Seth, Katie.
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
she's young.
Yes.
Okay, so
Well,
let me. I'm
let
gonna,
me finish.
On a lighter note, if you don't like the road you're on, it's your own ass fault. We just need some.
I like that wordplay there.
Hold on, you caught me there for a second, and I appreciate the support to the channel again.
Let me just say one thing real quick before you
Go
start
ahead.
playing it again.
Go ahead.
Seth, if you're in here, I just want to tell you, we all are Team Sebastian over here. We support you 100%. We all want to find Sebastian. I just feel like I really think you should distance yourself from, Chris at least, because I mean, if he's going to keep being like this and just being completely hostile, you don't need that. With your blood pressure and all that, you don't need it, man. You're already going through a lot of stuff as it is now, and you're the only one out here doing it.
But he's also willing to do anything for his son,
right?
Whether he has to, you get what I'm saying. Whether the ego is put aside, he's willing to do that. And if if getting close is to find out more information, it is what it is.
We get that.
Wants to know where, you know what I mean? I think that's where he's at. Again, I can't speak for him totally, but I've listened to what he said, and I just know that he's willing to turn over any stone, or he's willing to set his ego aside for his son.
Right. I get that. But CP has to understand why people are asking these questions, because we only see you out on the foot doing the searching and putting all this work in. I mean, days. You're actually putting it full days. You ain't got time for anything but look for Sebastian. And no one sees those two doing it. So people are going to speculate on stuff. And I can understand where, some of the speculations can get a little crazy. Some of it can get a little wild. People are saying some wild shit, like saying, oh, yeah, I mean, but at the same time.
You know what, Smoke? Public opinion's been a thing for the longest time. What's the difference now? Like, what?
Exactly.
Public opinion has always been a thing. Whether it was through magazine or whether it's social media, it'll always be a thing. So if you're going to get all butthurt over the public opinion, then again, stay out of the public then. Period.
Yeah.
Just point blank, period, all the way around. Again, if you can't handle the public opinion, then you might as well just not even step out into the public whatsoever.
Right.
As far as speaking and reaching out for people, that's how I'm looking at it. That's how I'm looking at it. So
it's like any career. There's going to be criticism everywhere you go.
Seth has a solid alibi. Seth's actions speak for him. Seth does have a solid alibi. He was at work on camera, Dude's at work on camera the whole entire time. And for what we're hearing also is that Chris was accounted for.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing.
And I know that Seth wants to do everything he can and take every avenue he can to find Sebastian. And that includes having to deal with, the antics with the Proudfoots, and seeing tonight how Chris was being so hostile and being so angry. There was a better way for him to take that, and I think CP took the wrong direction on that, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it is. I don't know.
And I referred to the Michael Vaughn case.
My second time,
where his parents got completely
Bing
slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time, and they didn't do anything.
Okay, and Seth has been slaughtered by the public. By some people, I've seen a lot of people hitting me up. People hit me up all the time with theories about Seth, with theories about Chris, with theories about KP.
Seth, have you gotten death threats before? Can you answer me to that one? Have you gotten death threats?
Dude, Seth was being followed around. Death threats. He was being followed. His team was being followed when they were searching. Like literally. I mean, what more is that? People following you. Imagine people on your team. You got a team put together, right? Smoke, and now you got those people being harassed by folks following them around.
Yeah, that would get really irritating fast.
I'm just going, and these are things that I've been told and heard. It's crazy. Chris is narcissistic jerk. Something isn't right, Trev. He never answers questions. He dances around everything. Elizabeth Hernandez, Survivor 67, says. Is that why they aren't stepping out? Because they can't take the public opinion, which would include the abuse and death threats? Honestly, I can understand that. Steph says. Do you understand that? So,
I mean, to an extent, but yeah. See, so Seth just said I have been followed. I have people taking pictures of my house. Yeah. So I mean, but you know what? And that right there proves it. He's had the same stuff happen to him, but he's out day in, day out.
Every vigil, every vigil at the school. And again, if anybody wanted to do anything to Seth, which again, I've seen theories against Seth, you know, people that like Rev, you're talking to the wrong person. I'm telling you, you need to look at. I mean, I've heard it all, bro, and from every direction.
I've seen it
from every direction, and again, it's like, okay, you know, people have made threats towards Seth, followed his team around, did these certain things, but yet he's leaving his house and going to these places to do whatever he's got to do.
He said he'll walk through hell and high water to find a son, and I see him doing it every day. I just think we're doing it.
I just think we're seeing two different, you know, I don't know. We're seeing two different type of things going on. We got Seth who's willing to stand out, and he kind of reminds me in this case when it brings me back to the Gonsalves family in the Idaho 4 running the forefront, and it seems like in this case too with Sebastian, for me anyways, what I'm saying is Seth running that. He's out there putting his voice out there vocally. He's trying to set up all these different vigils and different things, and he's working with the high school. He's got, you get what I'm saying, and he's showing up to all these different places. The threats made to him, he could have been heard a long time ago, and that hasn't stopped him. That speaks loud to me. It does. It speaks very loud to me.
That boy, I do not believe. Now they have proof, but they just got slaughtered. And he did. If people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, small.
Yeah, tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
what
we're trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian.
I need this.
You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show, and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
It's not
monetized. Why would he say that?
We do not monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah,
the reason why I asked
I will go on.
Yeah, it's completely free, and the website is as well.
No advertising.
So the reason why I'm asking that question, okay, is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers, the shows that make this money, I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I said, we make zero money. It costs us money too.
And I appreciate it, and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like,
yeah, and you know what? And I hope he starts with Gray Hughes when he does that.
What?
I want to see Gray Hughes' receipts on how much money he's donated to it. Just saying. If he wants to go there, let's see it.
I mean, honestly, who the fuck is CP to tell people what to do anyways?
Right. And why should it matter? I mean, I don't get it.
I get it though. I mean, he said again, it says he can speak his mind. I've told him, or I put it out there publicly. I was like, man, whatever. I'd put every dollar towards whatever you want. What's up? Come up and give the people some information. Email me. I've said it publicly, loud as hell. You know, it is like, what are you talking about? That none of that. Like, are you the part where he said money grows on, or money doesn't grow on trees? If we had all the money, I wouldn't need y'all or something like that. And again, money doesn't.
If I had money, millions and billions of dollars in yachts and stuff, I wouldn't need y'all's help. I already have them home, is what he said. Exact words.
Exactly. Right. How you getting them home?
Exactly. I'm gonna go tinkle real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media, and I agree. There's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay?
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right
But
now.
but here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
He threatened YouTubers.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of.
So, Chris, I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought
in
your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
Sebastian stepped off the porch and vanished into thin air, and that's what you know. Okay. Noted.
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there
That's
has got
fact.
some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked.
That's a fact. And you know what? I stand up for every single one of you, because not only have we've all together have sent money into the cause. All of us, every single one of us. I know I have, and I can show my receipts. I know we've all donated towards the cause, and we stand behind finding Sebastian. I won't let you can't let people like that coming out. And I know he's speaking, he's angry, whatever. But I stand behind every single one of you in here, because I know a lot of you have donated, whether it be to Seth, whatever you donated to. You've donated to Sebastian, finding Sebastian, Team Sebastian. All of you have. Everybody has hit up. I know a lot of you have. I can't say everyone in here, but I can guarantee you that there's a lot of people in here that donated to the GoFundMe, the Cash Apps, or Venmo, or whether it be I don't know, whether it be to KP. I don't know what they got going on that side. Again, I haven't seen too many links from them, but when it comes to support and standing behind Sebastian as much as we can, I know we've done a lot over here. Can't speak for the rest of them.
There's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking the child outside of my house,
no,
say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know
that he went out the front door
or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation.
Seth, we know you appreciate it. We know you do.
Yeah, we know you do.
We know you appreciate it. I've heard your appreciation.
We can't say the same for the other side, though.
I've been on the phone with Seth and heard him whimpering over where his son is.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that in a sissy way either. I'm saying that this man I've heard on the phone.
Devastated.
Bro, I had a conversation with him on the phone, and he would go from crying to talking to crying to and I get it. I get it. His son is missing. So, you know, again, we know you appreciate it, Seth. We know you do. We know you do. We won't let nothing like that bother us. I know Chris is speaking from an angry place, maybe mad about stuff that's going out there about him, but it is what it is. There's stuff about Seth out there too. I don't see Seth getting overly angry about it.
Nope.
Dude, there's stuff about Seth out there that, again, and listen to me here when I say this. People have sent me these court documents on Seth, right? And my rebuttal to that is, why would KP and CP agree to send him to, or for him to go over to Seth for the summer if Seth was all these different things?
Right.
Right. That's my rebuttal to that. You're not going to send your son over to a man that allegedly, is abusive, and that you get what I'm saying?
But see, my thing is, when you come onto a panel like what we're looking at here, and you start acting crazy like how he's acting, and just completely disrespectful, angry, just mean, you can't help but people to have their own opinions about stuff.
I don't give a shit. I'm gonna cover Sebastian's case until he's found. And there's no,
you know what I mean, like how.
No, I'm just saying in general. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking in general into the air. I will cover this case until he's found. I feel like there's a connection with this boy where I feel like we all feel like he's a little brother or a cousin at this point. That's how personally I've taken it. You get what I'm saying? That's how personally I've taken it. Hearing the when you hear the emotion from Seth and you actually talk to him personally, it begins to come a little bit personal for me. And I'm not afraid to admit that either. It becomes a little bit personal for me. Now, I understand certain things and what people are saying, and I'm willing to listen to everything. I don't care what direction it's from, but that's just that's how I'm looking at it. And again, 63 days, dude. What, 64, 63 days where I feel like we're lost in days now, and it's been way too long with no answers.
Right.
We're talking about like day 63, day 64, and we're just hearing about, they had the clothing that he wore that night they're using to scent. How hard was that to say 30 days ago? Yeah. I'm not saying that information changes anything in the case, but how hard is that to tell Seth, at least? I'm saying of all people, we don't, again, I agree. There is going to be stuff close to the vest from law enforcement that we don't have to hear about. I'm here to push the story out. I'm here to keep it alive. And again, what was so hard about saying the dogs used the clothes that he wore to Texas Roadhouse for a scent trail? How hard was that to say?
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We're not owed that. I'm not saying we're owed that. But I'm just saying in general, how hard was that to tell Seth? At least, why would Seth be forced to have to hit up TBI to get these answers? For TBI to only treat him like shit or make him feel like shit in a sense. Now, again, why? Aren't you supposed to, as law enforcement, comfort the family? Why is the dad, why is Seth feeling left out, like he doesn't know information? And again, that's why he's turning stones, and people don't understand that. Some people don't understand that. Because Chris or CP and Katie allegedly are acting like they know more privy information. If you listen to this interview from what I just heard, and I'm just giving my opinion on hearing it, Chris said, did you hear what he said about the information? We know, me and Katie know this, and then, Seth, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Like a little bit. Seth, a little bit. Sprinkled a little bit. Like what?
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Somebody like me who has high functioning autism, I can relate to Sebastian a lot. And, this case has really driven me to want to help you spread awareness for it. My brother-in-law, my wife's little brother, Zachary, same age as Sebastian, high functioning autism, to the point where he is in special ed classes, not IEP, special ed. He can't take care of himself. He has to have supervision at all times because he's in bad shape. He's not able to live on his own or take care of himself. But one thing I will say is he does play video games a lot. He's trying, and I can tell you right now for sure, if he ever went missing or my son went missing, you can bet your ass I would be doing exactly what Seth's doing right now. I'd be taking every avenue I possibly could to make sure my son is found, and be searching every single day. And Seth is the only parent out of this whole scenario that I have been seeing busting his ass day in, day out doing it.
Small Town Girl says stepdad has not searched one day. Well, Small Town Girl, I gotta say this to you. Seth did say, I think it was either maybe the first day or second day that he rode with CP and they were searching a little bit. So I did hear that. Now I'm not saying that he's out there actively searching daily, but I am saying that I remember Seth telling us that he searched with him. What I think it was day 1 or day 2, one of the two, but I believe it was day 1, or again it was day 1 or day 2, and he rode along with them a little bit and they searched or whatever. And Seth did divulge that information here on an interview when we talked to him. Thank you, Small Town Girl. I appreciate your support to the channel. Thank you so much. Anna said that's the narcissism talking, and he's a control freak. His ego is hurt, and only they can fix this. Tornado warning. I can hear thunder going on outside. I need to check mine. Talk about tornado warning, and you be safe. Make sure you watch that. Make sure you watch radar.
Yeah.
Definitely make sure you watch radar.
If it
I
says
think that's
warning,
important.
if it says warning, take shelter immediately. If it says watch, be vigilant and keep an eye out. Watch means there's ingredients for it. Warning means there's one been reported on the ground by radar. So just keep that in mind.
You said I don't understand. You said I don't understand that. He should know what they know. And that's another part that is weird. Like why would they at least say that they know a little bit more? And is it, I don't know. It is confusing that I don't know if Seth just found out they used the clothes as a scent just now through this interview, but he might have just found that out through this interview, I feel like, or maybe last week, for all we know.
Yeah, there has to be better communication. If they're going to work as a team, there has to be better communication.
And that's all I'm saying right there is exactly my point. Better communication. And I feel like a lot of the noise that's out there wouldn't be going on. Like say Chris, Katie, and Seth are working together. I feel like there wouldn't be no noise. I really wouldn't. But here, let's keep going.
I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear,
I don't play games here.
There's a back door. Every door in the house.
Hear that? Let me make this crystal clear. There's a back door.
When Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that?
What's going on, Marlon?
Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Damn, that sounds fast.
Every door was locked.
what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
There's his theory.
Okay. Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes. He would like to talk to you. Would you like?
You can bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up.
They should have never brought him up.
Yeah.
I just sent it to your Facebook.
Said he should.
So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie. A long sleeve shirt.
Right.
On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
Chris, I I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's three different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
what I'm
on
telling
it.
you, no, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Once is enough.
Okay, right, but I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those three depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's
no? But if I had to choose between three of them, if I had to choose between three of them, I could.
You're saying three of them.
Excuse me. You said Harley or is it Harley Morris missing Tyler? You said missing in Tyler, Texas. 29 years old, last seen January 21st of 2024. Mom is asking for help, desperately looking for him. Harley Morris. I'll look into it. Shadow, thank you for sharing.
But I'm telling you,
you listed three things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all three of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those three things, or are you saying there are three different shirts with those depictions and all three of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had three shirts with three different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it,
good question.
One of the three things. Those are his three favorite things.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is
Minecraft.
You know, multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just three of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the three depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So I know what you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had three different long sleeve shirts with three different depictions on it. And
no, I think I understand what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't.
So here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There you go.
And that
a long sleeve black shirt with the picture on the front of it.
Very vague.
That night?
Very vague.
Okay. I think it'd be smart to put a picture of that shirt out.
Yeah, wouldn't you want to know
model,
what
right?
designs on it? Wouldn't you want to know what designs on it so people can find them? It just doesn't make any sense to me why he would say that.
You think you would see a picture of that shirt out there? Hey,
right.
This shirt. It's small details like that. Is what a lot of people are trying to make a point of. I don't think people are asking, hey, yeah, we need to know the law enforcement. I mean, of course, it'd be great to know what law enforcement is thinking. But again, we're not going to, nobody is saying we want this close information to the vest. It's the transparency and where did Sebastian go? Which way did he leave from? Did he, what color was that shirt? Okay, we know the color of the shirt, but what pictures are on it? If there's pictures on it, I think the same exact shirt needs to be put out. Hey, this is the exact shirt. If you see, this shirt, a boy in this shirt, please pay attention. Small things like that. Or he went off the front porch. How did he go off the front porch? I thought there was a video camera that caught him going to the end of the driveway and dropping that in the bin. Right? I mean, that's that's being told. I mean, that's what's being put out there. That's the information that's being put out there. He drops that trash into the bin. He's seen on that, but he wouldn't be seen going out the front porch or leaving off the front porch.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You just heard Chris not know she posted those. Be careful with words if you truly want this to get better or to get a better path. Thomas says, I bet he don't mention the door to the garage. Huh. People talk about that door to the garage pretty often. That's a fact. Live thankful. You said all three parents have been handling this the best way they know how. We need to support all of them for Sebastian. Dumpling says the way he talks to those ladies on panel publicly, he talks to his wife 10 times worse in private. 100%, my opinion.
One could assume, for sure.
He said, "Who's Gray?" No comment.
Right.
Obviously, it's what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, "Why is Gray here?" I will tell you, Gray. I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning when I started this. He was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet. I asked. He knows I'm kidding him, and I asked Chris, "Is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up?" And Chris said yes. So, Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken, the flashlights, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and I kept sending him the map and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia, the two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right. And everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
There's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to
Rachel,
Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews.
We think that there would be a camera that I'm just saying, and this is just me speculating, and I know a lot of us speculate on this, and that's why I said that. But in general, if he's seen taking that trash to the end of the driveway, wouldn't he be seen coming out that front door or whatever path he leaves in? I guess it depends on which direction he leaves. But would that same camera capture the porch? Because the driveway is right there. It doesn't mean it does, but does it? But again, Chris brings up in this interview about cameras being so dark that you might not see them. Did you hear that?
Yeah. So now with that being said, I have a question to ask Seth in the chat. Seth, do you know if there is any other video that has been brought to your attention from LE or TBI showing a different perspective than what was shown from the trash truck video? I'm going to assume that there's another video out there that is not the trash truck one, but does show somebody taking the trash out. Does that video exist that's not being shown to the public, if you know of?
That's kind of what my take is on it. Like, again, being law enforcement is adamant, right? Law enforcement is adamant, or at least with SESPI, they tell them that, Sebastian is seen taking the trash out to the driveway. But again, does that camera face that front porch? I mean, that's just his theory as he's speculating on it, Chris. So you kind of got to take the word from that for what it is. He is speculating that he went out on the front porch because they're pretty much asking him what his theory is. But if he went out on that front porch with that same camera seeing him taking the trash out, catch him.
Right.
It depends, I guess, on the direction. Where is it facing? But I don't know. My brain cam's clear as hell, and so is my other cameras. Mine are clear as day.
My camera has night vision completely. I can see up to almost 100 feet.
Dude, and my thing will go off like crazy, and my phone will start wilding out, especially when there's motion. You said, I'm starting to think he threw the trash, maybe stayed on the patio, and he was lured off by someone, Bless said. I mean, you can't rule out being kidnapped at this point.
Right.
You can't.
But I would have to disagree with that one because allegedly after he took the trash out, he came back in and he went upstairs to his room, or
Thank you,
not
Mama.
upstairs. Sorry, he went to his room.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. This is.
Okay.
I couldn't sleep after watching this interview. I was
Seth
thinking
said, maybe I do not know.
Seth said maybe I do not know. He isn't. Okay. He did
Okay.
answer. Maybe I do not know. And see what I'm saying? What he's saying about that now? You see the stances. Yeah. He did see footage, right? Like, but he said it was grainy, right? So the footage that he's seen himself is what Seth was trying to say. To clarify what he's saying to people. The footage that he's seen was so grainy he can't tell who or what it is, right? Mm-hmm. So you got to take that for what it is. Is there footage that law enforcement doesn't have because they are adamant he took the trash to the end of the driveway? So again, you got when you have Seth, when I hear that from Seth, I believe what he's saying. If you can't tell, he's not going to say that's his son if he can't tell if it's him.
Right. Yeah.
You would clearly say that's him if it's him.
Yep.
I'm just saying who's gonna say yeah that's not him if it's truly him. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's how I'm thinking about it here, but it just I don't know. None of this drama really helps out with finding Sebastian. None of it does, man. It actually makes it worse, and I'm gonna hate seeing the next couple days on here because I feel like this is gonna be like the forefront and the target of conversation, and really, it needs to be about finding Sebastian. Do they hold the answers? I don't know that. A lot of us speculate, and that's just pure speculation. We need to set our speculation aside sometimes, right? And really keep pushing this story out. Share it, whether it's an interview, whatever it is, keep sharing it. And that's what's going to keep Sebastian's name alive. We don't want to see his name die out like Summer Wells. And even her name's not died out fully. There's a lot of people like you guys that advocate for Summer Wells still to this day, 3 years later.
Right.
3 years later, still to this day, there's people that are forefronting for her. And here we are 63, 64 days in with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and you have no answers whatsoever. Smoke, not a sighting, not anything. So then it begins to get a little bit weird. And then when you're not getting transparent information from, like Seth, not getting transparent information on in the 60s. You're in 60s now. And you got to fight tooth and nail to even get an answer about clothes that your son was wearing the night prior or they accounted for.
Right. Yeah.
Crazy.
It's just disheartening, man. It honestly really is.
You said when Chris yelled at Trish, don't defend him, Seth made me think he would probably tell Katie the same when it came to Sebastian. Yelled at Trish. He was going off on there. He lost his cool. We're going to keep watching too. I appreciate you guys. I do see you support, and thank you 99 Pink Balloons. Love the name too. Lisa White says, listen to CP, my house, my front porch. The wording's interesting. I can't wait to see what the professionals are going to say. Like Peter Hyatt. I bet you he breaks this down this week.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's going to go live this week, and you're going to see what he breaks down. And again, that's the dude that trains investigators. You're talking to a person who trains investigators.
Wow. This guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why.
Seth is admired by everybody like he's God, Gray Hughes says.
Yeah, they didn't get that bozo off the panel.
He's not admired like he's God. He's admired like a dad looking for his son.
Right.
If he he said he's admired like he's God, but yet Seth is damn near like what on all over these chats and willing to go up on any panel. Even people who talk shit, he's willing to go up on there and talk to them. Where is that transparency with Katie? Allegedly.
Exactly. Point made.
You said what?
Point made.
No, I'm just saying, bro. Like it's weird. Mama Mimi says Sebastian wanted to go live with his dad, and CP and KP couldn't let that happen due to ego, in my opinion. I don't know what to think about that opinion, honestly. You know, I really don't, because I've talked to Seth off of here. I don't know. Again, and I'm not saying that you're wrong whatsoever. I'm just saying in general, why the mutual agreement for him to go there for the summer, right? Why the mutual agreement? Why would you agree with him to go there for the summer without a fight if you didn't want it? You know, if you didn't want him to.
Yeah.
So the motive, I mean, that motive is it's just like, you could fight that in court. You can try to take it to a different level if you want to try to stop it. Doesn't mean that it'll work. Absolutely not. But for them to make a mutual agreement and to agree and there not be an argument about it, you figured there'd be some type of fight there, which would lead to, you know, motive. Maybe Seth would have thought that was a motive, but Seth never said that. He said that it was a mutual agreement from both parties with no arguments, with no contesting. And I just feel like with that, you could be absolutely right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just, when I've listened and I hear Seth, I literally jump into my head and think, yeah, that motive is just out the window for me. But it doesn't mean that it's not true. That just means that that's my opinion. But it is good speculation. Honestly. What if that is the truth? And again, they didn't contest it. What if, again, allegedly, what if that is the truth of what she's saying? The breakdown on them not wanting Seth or Sebastian to go live with Seth.
Could be something there for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's something what I'm. It could be. You got to look at everything is possible. But again, if law enforcement going into this house too with the thermal imaging, right? They went in there with thermal imaging, smoking, looked through this whole entire house. Nothing. There was nothing showing him. Nothing.
Seth said, "Hey, Trev, I love my haters too."
Did he? Hey, I know you do. I mean, I know you love your haters,
Well,
man.
see, my thing is this, though. My thing is this. If we look at it from the outside, and that's what we're doing. We're looking at it from the outside because we don't know what happened in that house that night. We don't know. We only know what the story was told from the day one. Something had to happen. If he ran out on foot, I would think that there would be some kind of hits from the dog. I mean, the scent, because if he left that night, then his footprints or whatever would have picked up scent. But they didn't get any scent from the dogs around the house. It only leads me to believe that he never ran away from the house.
Hey, look, I don't care who we're donating to around here. If it's going towards PIs or something towards finding Sebastian, I think a lot of us in here are on board, and I respect the ones that aren't. If you're not on board with it, cool. But as long as Sebastian's missing and Seth needs a hand, I'm going to be there. And I know that a lot of you are going to follow up too, because that's how you've always been. And as long as it brings a resolution, it is what it is. He's out here trying to get answers. He's hiring his own private detectives, literally, to find out information and try to find leads. I mean, we've had weird people come into here and say stupid shit like that dude, Ken Davis. Why would you come into a public chat, Smoke, and say, we got video footage at 558 that, he was being switched off or handed over to somebody else. This comment right here. Chris Mother was what? Chris Mother has him.
And that's
this is out of pocket.
It's just crazy, man.
Imagine
that's feel like, good about themselves doing that.
You said what?
No one how could somebody feel good about themselves? Sorry, I'm away from my microphone here. How could somebody feel good about themselves doing that, commenting on there, knowing damn well that they don't have the information? They're hindering the investigation by saying silly shit like that. I saw it.
Hey, look, we found who he was.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
I mean, at least I think I did. Again, 24 minutes from Hendersonville, Tennessee. The Ken Davis that I found lived in White House, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? I know I did the proper thing. I handed that information over immediately. As soon as it was brought to my attention, I made sure it was pushed over. Not only did I make sure it was pushed over, I had people start pulling different records and everything that they could possibly find regarding a Ken Davis.
Right.
again, it was sent over to the proper people, and you can only imagine who those proper people are.
Yep.
I mean, it's who you're gonna hit up when you see something weird, right?
Yep.
I don't know, man. It's I don't know why people do that in a case like this, but I think, you know, even if somebody does do that, it's got to be looked into. And if it's a troll, if it's not a troll, you will pay for whatever, or you will be found and questioned.
Yeah,
at least
you'll be in trouble.
You'll be found and questioned. So go around and continue to type these things, but what you guys fail to realize is there's chat transcripts in here, and it'll lead right back to your account. And I can go to your account, click on your account, and tell you what date it was made, etc., and pass that over to law enforcement. So when you go into these chat rooms and you're trolling and you're saying that you have Sebastian or video footage of Sebastian or him being handed over to places, just remember that law enforcement is going to get your information. They're going to know where you logged on at. Even if you're hiding behind a VPN, they're going to find out who you are.
Well, I know this from past experience, but I used to be able to pull up people's information from a message. Like if they commented a message on chat, I could pull up their IP directly and find out where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to do that stuff. But, I mean, if it's somebody who is saying that stuff to actually hinder an investigation, they should be ashamed of themselves because it's sickening.
You got to turn, Crystal, you got to turn it on. You got to turn on gifted memberships. It's pretty easy. I think you got to go to you got to click the symbol, go to gifting, and then you should be able to turn on accept for this channel. That's how you do it. Seth, we are with you. Hey, look, we're Team Sebastian around here. Again, if Christopher Proudfoot hit me up right now and said, T-REV, you're covering this story, can you share this link? I'd do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything to help, find Sebastian.
It may sound crazy, like, oh, you guys talking about it. Again, if he hit me up and said, share this link, I'm getting a billboard made, or I'm getting this made, I would hustle that thing. I'd push it out there constantly. We just like we do with whatever Seth shares with all of us. When he shares it here, what are we doing? Pushing it out. Yep. Why are we pushing it out?
For Sebastian.
Exactly. I rest my case. And it helps a lot. And it does a lot more than what people think. And there's a lot more people out here that care in my community than people think. And the people in my community will support and stand behind victims. Point blank period. They've done it since Idaho 4, and they will continue to do it. It's just, that's what we've built here. No matter what. I don't care where the finger's pointing. We always stand with the victims around here. We always have.
I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Bray. There's no question. But let me explain why, okay? Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting,
Sebastian,
it blows up like wildfire. Mm-hmm. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks. And that causes problems. I haven't
for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are.
That sounds like shots at Seth. Personally, what I'm saying. Do you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
What did he just say? What you heard? You heard exactly what he said right there. It personally sound like a shot at Seth right there.
Yeah, I heard it.
I'm gonna have to run that back real quick.
I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. Absolutely. So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was.
Everybody, thank you, Melissa. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support to the channel.
Shout out to Melissa.
Wow. Was that 75? Goodness gracious.
Woo!
See what I'm saying? The community supports, brother. You know, like there's creators out here that get on and beg for money. And that, like, for me as a creator, I cannot stand that.
Right.
You know, at one point, I remember like I would post my Cash App at the bottom, and it would make me feel some type of way. Like I'd post it down below into the bottom of what's scrolling across the screen. It would make me feel weird because that's not what the goal is. If people want to support what you do truly in the way that you're passionate about, the way that you carry yourself in your channel, they will support you. You don't have to get out here and hold a bucket in your hand and beg for money. You get what I'm saying? 'Cause people do that shit all the time. If you truly are special, people will be behind you no matter what. And that's just my message to creators. Stop begging.
And you know what? And for some people who are skeptical of a lot of things too, you can ask Trev. Have I ever asked you a single dollar to come on your live?
Never.
Never. I do this because I'm passionate about it, because I want to help, shed some light on these cases, and I want to help spread awareness. That's what I'm here for.
Dude, that's what we're all here for. That's why we're gathered here now listening to this interview again. This is my second time listening to it. I listened to it live with everybody. We were kind of chattering about it, but after hearing it, I had to go back and I wanted to come on here and listen to it with them and then talk about it. And again, it's just, I don't know, man. I feel like some of this information and a lot of this bullshit could have been cut out 30 days ago.
Yeah, I agree.
You get what I'm saying? We're all pushing for Sebastian. All this is smoke screens, in my opinion. This is a smoke screen right here. What does this do to help find Sebastian besides here a couple details that should have been out 30 days ago, like his clothes being accounted for from Texas Roadhouse, and that's what they're using for a scent. Shit like that. Because you got the public out here suspecting that, this woman possibly did something to her son, allegedly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and for him to assume that, for him to assume that most of these creators out here are just causing nothing but issues and they're just spreading misinformation, which, I mean, there are some who do, don't get me wrong, but if you take a minute and just look back at the Kylie Rodney case, creators showed up and they found her body. Did they not?
Yeah, well, AWP showed up and they found her body, which were creators at that time before they separated. Well, at least I know there was some separation in that case, but again, AWP went out there and did find Kylie Rodney within 35 minutes to 45 minutes within that water.
Yeah.
So yeah, social media can be both ways.
It could be a double-edged sword.
Exactly. It could be torturous and it could also be very helpful. And it is very helpful, believe it or not. There's people all over the world that may have not heard about this case that now know who Sebastian is and fell in love with that little boy and want to know where he's at if he's found. And I can speak for my people. I know that they want to know where he's at and where he's found. You know how many messages I get on a daily basis of people that are emotionally attached to finding Sebastian?
Hundreds.
Thousands thousands of people that want to know where this little boy is. They want to know if he's breathing. They want to know which direction he went. They want to know, what can they do to help? They want to know, there's tons of different things. Can you ask this question to Seth? There's so many people out there that really love and care about people. Tons. And I'm looking at a lot of them right now. I see a lot of them right now. You said Katie said Sebastian chose to walk out that door. How does she know it was his decision? Sam Rouse says.
That's a good question right there.
Damn, caught me off guard with that one. They didn't really find her too. You said they didn't really find her too. We talk about AWP. They are causing this, not us, Cassie Roku says.
I mean, I was just making the connection, saying that, yes, there is misinformation out there being spread, but a lot of content creators that I have seen, I ain't going to name them. I've seen some that are doing great work. I've seen some that aren't doing great work. But what I will say is past cases I have seen, the one I named off, Kylie Rodney case, at the time, a content creator came out and helped search, and they found the missing person. So it could be a double-edged sword in this situation. I feel like a lot of it can be skipped up though, because when you rely on social media and the internet to help spread awareness, you're going to have backfire. You're going to have haters. You're going to have trolls. You're going to have people who are just, they hate their lives. They want to come on and they just hate themselves. They had nothing better to do but to make people miserable. It's going to happen
all the time. It's a daily thing, bro. I mean, it is what it is. If you let it consume you, it'll ruin you. You get what I mean? You know how many people hate me and hate on me, that I look right over top of that, because that's not what I'm here. I'm not here to know what, like, I'm not here to look at your hatred towards me. I'm here to spread a message, and that's it.
I was just talking a minute ago. To me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
yeah,
oh,
great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they
let
said.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Okay. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people upset.
Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up, because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish, because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
No one is.
Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play, that
everyone, you said everyone. Hold up. What'd you say? Seth said everyone. FBI, TBI, Jules, Pascal, T-REV, Josh can come to my house and check for my son at any point. Even Smoke can come look. I mean, there he is. You can come to my house. You don't care about the property shit. Is that LaCroix? What you drinking?
Yes, LaCroix. That's what I drink. I don't drink the sodas anymore. I drink sparkling water. Well, actually, that and the Spindrift ones, the mint ones. Yeah. Mint and lime.
Man said we could come check his house. All right, Seth. He said this is too much bullshit. Sassy Cat said. Should we turn it up to 1.5? I'm surprised nobody called in and left no angry voicemails yet. Very surprised about that.
Everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of asking for clarification,
let's clear it up.
So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day.
Thank you.
He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble.
What's going on, Lady Joe?
So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. that will get people in trouble, and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And
yes, because
he was in your home.
I must have missed this part right here. Just this little part where he said that. What are the price in China?
I remember it. He kept making sly comments and stuff.
Oh, it gets funky when Seth comes up.
Home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what? That's the great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
that's
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
That is so stupid. What you said there.
What?
If I'm leaving marks on the child, then that's abuse. Okay, but what about verbal abuse, you moron? What about that one? Verbal abuse can have a more outstanding effect on somebody than physical. If you constantly say, "Go to your room," or make comments, calling somebody stupid or something, that can really affect a child. If you're verbally abusive, I mean, yeah, physical abuse can really do some damage, but verbal abuse can do just as much damage too. The saying.
Yeah, I see you. Emotional abuse for sure. It's mental, emotional. I kind of put that in the same category. Emotional, mental. It's all really right there. Bullying, abuse of a child. Sarah Wolf says. Merge said backhanding a little girl in the mouth is abuse too. I know you heard that over there on from Nina. I know what that comment's about. I was from Nina again. My house, my rules. You said my house, my rules, my way is Chris 100% in my books. Mohawk Mom says. And Gina says, I can tell you all about verbal abuse and leaves massive scars. Verbal emotional abuse don't count, Chris. You can't see the toll that takes on someone. Yeah, I know. Money's or what is that? Money smoke or is that money smoke? Am I tripping? Verbal and emotional abuse go together. Belittling a child. I don't know. Proudfoot would probably crash the party. Emmy says. You want to bring dogs? Bring them. Heck, you got to search a cow. Bring that too. I wouldn't turn down any help. Period. Right, Bama girl. Exactly. You're not going to turn down help at all from anyone. Especially if if he truly walked out and left, you're not turning down help from nobody at this point. Right? I mean, is at least 85% of the chat agree with that? You're not going to turn down help. I mean, you would be on I'd be on every channel, every news station that would allow me anyways to speak, to come up and speak or bring out. I don't care who the missing person is. It could be somebody such as my dad or, it could be anybody, a girlfriend, dad, whatever. It doesn't matter who it is. If you truly love somebody, I think this is the point that a lot of people are trying to make. If you truly love somebody, you're willing to go to any depths. And again, we understand people's privacy here. We're not saying I'm speaking for a lot. I know I'm speaking for a lot of people right now when they go, we're not saying that they need to go up on channels. Again, I respect people's privacy. If you don't want to be on social media, just don't even fucking go.
Right.
Don't go at all.
Don't be pressured.
Why would you go at all if you're that bothered by opinion? If you are bothered by opinion and you want your privacy, don't go on channels then. From the get-go. And I know I speak for a lot of people when it comes to that. I see a lot of people's theories every single day. So again,
I'm gonna be honest with you, Trev. Before me and you started, teaming up on some of this stuff, I was very, at first I didn't really want to get up because I was kind of shy. 'Cause I didn't know how I was going to be taking, the reception of me coming up. But how I got over that? I got over that because I thought of what the mission was going to be, and that was spreading awareness. And I overcame that because that meant more to me than what I was going to let people think of me.
No doubt. That's what it's about, brother. Is it's just bringing that awareness, because you know what? Like, we live on an earth right now where there's not a lot of people that care.
Right.
And we need that support out there. We need people that are going to push for the voiceless, because there's a lot of people that don't have a voice now and are either missing, or there's families all over the world, bro, right now with somebody missing in their family, and desperately would love this type of attention on the case to be brought. Do you understand? Like, some people don't even have this type of attention on their missing loved one.
Yeah.
And
it's
when
sad.
you get something like this, you got to utilize it, in my opinion. When you have this much, shine on a case, you got to utilize it. Be a voice to those masses. Put that story out there. Make sure he's never forgotten about. And that's why that's why we will follow that all the way through. We gained that connection with Sebastian, where a lot of us wake up every day and it's so normal to look and see anything about Sebastian. Was he found? Is this poor boy found?
Yeah, and and that's what and that drives me. Every time you mention, "Are you ready?" I'm always, "Yes, sir, I'm ready," because I'm ready to speak on Sebastian. I want this young kid found. I want him brought home so his dad can spend more time with him.
Right.
Like Seth said, he still got to teach him all the fishing knots. He's still got to spend time with his son. So if I can help by coming on here and help spread awareness, and you know what, I feel better about myself every day because I'm putting in that effort to raise awareness.
That's what it's about. It's about bringing that awareness, man. That's always the mission, is to bring as much awareness as you possibly can. And I remember
I only live 2 hours and 26 minutes, if I ain't mistaken, from
Hendersonville. Yeah, so you're 2 hours and 26 minutes away from there.
I'm probably closer to Seth. If I wasn't hindering the investigation or getting in the way, I would love to come out and help search. Would love to.
Exactly. I mean, that's right there. There are so many that don't care. Look at the numbers. It said, "Be the sound of freedom worldwide." Do y'all hear that thunder coming through?
I don't hear it.
It's loud, bro. It just shook the house. Tripped me out for 1 second. Sound like it hit a tree right next door.
I am 2 hours away from Clarksville, Tennessee.
Henderson?
Clarksville.
Oh, Clarksville. Okay.
2 hours away.
So your opinion is gold, Smoke. There's a lot of love for you in the chat, Smoke.
I appreciate that, guys. I really do.
A lot of love in the chat. A lot of love in the chat. Let's try not to divide the situation more in order to help them communicate. Agree?
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate you. Who is? Oh, Nick said, "Seth, I've had a hunch for a while. Please check Mallard Point Park in the marina if you haven't already. It's really stuck out to me the last few days." Huh. I wonder what's there. What's stuck out about that?
Yeah, Seth, I'll have to see, because right now I'm working paycheck to paycheck, really, so I got to keep an eye on my finances, but I would love to come out and help you whenever I get the chance. I would love to.
Yeah, that shit's, you said 2 hours?
2 hours, yep.
2 hours.
Shit, I've driven further. Look how far I drove to hang out with you and your family, man. 13.
Yeah, 13 hours. 13 hours is a good grip. That was back, that was a while ago. 2015?
16 or 17 or something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Thank you, Kip. See what I'm saying about like the Rev gang, bro? Look how big. Look at. I mean, Africa. I'm pretty sure this is Africa. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure this is after. If I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong. It may be like New Zealand too. I'm trying to remember. But I think that's Africa. ZAR or ZAR. I think that is.
Let me see.
Yeah, dude, it's South Africa.
Yep, South Africa. You're correct.
Shout out to you, Kim, from South Africa. I appreciate you. I'm right here, Sassy Cat. I'm here. I'm right here. She said, "Where's Trev?" I'm right here. I'm sitting right here. We're good. It's thunder in here. It's only rained here for 2 minutes. Clarksville, Tennessee. T-REV has my number. You are welcome.
Appreciate that, Seth. See
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where's the smoke? There's fire. You're an asset to T-REV. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
That's a good. I like that analogy. I like that.
I like that. I definitely like that analogy. Keep up the great work, T. I appreciate you, Robert. Shout out to you, Robert. Do you have radar pulled up? Yes, I do. It just shook my house. That thunder did. That actually tripped me out for a second. I'm surprised literally the lecture didn't go off and kick me out of the stream yet. Yeah, am I in Indiana? Yeah, I am in Indiana.
He's about 6 hours from me up north.
Yep. T-REV and Smoke should go to Tennessee and meet up with Seth. I mean, I'm down. That's easy.
Oh, shit, I would love to.
That's easy to do. And if Seth wants to lie, I'm with it. With all of it.
Yeah, if we are, in fact, if we wouldn't be hindering the investigation,
I'll even pay for Smoke to come with me. So, or maybe I go down and meet up with Smoke and we'll roll there together.
Yeah, whichever way.
Yeah, I'm okay. Stay safe. Seeing there's tornadoes around America at the moment. I am in Indiana. We got some crazy stuff going on right now. I hear the house shaking. It's crazy. Yeah, it is South. Shout out to you, Kim. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. I'll tell you, man. You know how many people are from South Africa? And I appreciate the Rev Gang worldwide. Like, I really do. There's people from across the pond that really care a lot too. And I can speak for those people because I talk to them almost every single day. Like Leisure being one of them. She's in the UK. And you know how much that they push on social media for these kids? Did you know if it wasn't for a lot of those people, I wouldn't know about these cases?
Yeah.
So again, when people down social media in the community, I take offense to that because I really do see these people like Kim, who is from across the pond. She's not even in our country, and she's pushing this story on social media. And I don't think people understand that there's people from all over the world. Some of those trolls could be from across the pond too. You never know. But when it comes down to it, though, even though there's fire there, these people help so much, bro. Social media is such a valuable tool. It does have there's pros and cons to everything. There's pros and cons to everything. I'm in the UK, Catherine says. See, that's something I didn't even know. Catherine, I didn't even know you were in the UK, my friend. I didn't even know that. Dubai is awesome. You said I took offense to we wouldn't know without some of y'all. All right, I'm about to continue this interview. My bad. I know I paused a lot, but there's a lot to talk about. God is angry and he is unloading storms, giving warnings to all who hurt children, Arlene said. You know, my grandma used to say stuff like that. Seriously, my grandma used to say stuff like that all the time. She would. She said, that's God bowling. She'd be like, that's God bowling in heaven.
I've heard that before.
I'm dead serious. My grandma would look at me when that house shook, boy, and she would say, that's God bowling in heaven. He's angry. He's angry at the devil. I was like, what? She would always say that, though. And I'd be like, what is that analogy there? But
by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
Steph said, I am hoping to turn one of these vigils into a reunion homecoming. Instead, I am heading to sleep. Keep the faith, and Sebastian will be brought home. We appreciate you, Seth.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, Seth. We appreciate you, brother.
Whenever you want to set that up or you have all that set up, we will push that. We will push it. People will know about it. I think doing all the different vigils and stuff, it really does help. Those vigils bring people out there. And there may be people that drive by and see stuff and start to get, they want to know what's going on. What's this going on over here? Then they find out about what it is. And next thing you know, the story's out there even further. The more people that are hearing about it. I bet there's people in Tennessee right now that don't even know who Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is. I bet you I could call my friend right now that lives in Tennessee and be like, you ever heard of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? I ain't talked to him in a while, but he'd probably be like, no. Because he doesn't look at true crime and stuff like that. But I mean, if you follow me, you're definitely going to see it. I post about it every single day.
Yep.
Every single day.
And you can say your opinion, and that is fine. But you have to back up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say getting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing. You're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
Did.
Okay.
Damn.
If now, you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no, it's not. No. Nope.
He said, no.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me, I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with the belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now you ask, Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't.
Damn, you know what, though? I got to give it to her because she's kind of, she kind of said some shit, though. I got to give it to her. She does, just like right now, she just said that, right? And I feel like that's her fighting back for the people.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
On that statement she just made right there. No matter what nobody thinks about this interview, she definitely just made a great point and, kind of brought it back to the surface of why a lot of us are looking that way or have looked that way anyways.
I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
I've been there.
I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people.
I don't know why Great Hughes got on there.
The very first one I heard.
Chris.
She's right though about the belt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
She's right about the belt though. At least she said it. At least she said it, right? He said, Seth, we're with you. Team Sebastian. Team Sebastian. Is any news station speaking on these children every day? It's a good point, Karen. I mean, they could do better at it. And so can we, though. We could run some kids' names at the end. We should be able to run missing people at the end. Not even just missing kids, missing people. I should be incorporating that more. And I'm glad you brought that up. Definitely definitely needs to be happening more, I believe. I think that's a great point that you're bringing up, though. Again, I'm gonna say that 50 times looking at this comment with the news stations bringing on these children or showing these missing children. I definitely think it should be incorporated by a lot of us, including YouTubers, TikTokers. Maybe we need to start building up those, make a clip, a montage of some missing children and roll it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Definitely.
Now, I think that's a great
If I'm
point,
mistaken, though, it has been recorded. This is what I've seen on the internet. I don't know if it's true because you got to take everything you see on the internet with a grain of salt. But if I'm mistaken, next month they're taking it. They are making TikTok illegal to use. They passed it to the Senate. They're taking the site down.
Is this a Validate Chris show? Jenny said, "Is this a Validate Chris show? Is it a Validate Chris show?"
That's what it seems like.
He's a liar. T-REV, you said yes, T-REV. We could do less drama ourselves, probably. Yeah.
With I can't remember
Smiley stories.
Yes,
I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
but I mean, but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
there you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but
not somebody with disabilities, you idiot.
Oh,
what?
I said, not somebody with disabilities, you idiot.
Yeah.
When people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Yeah. Good.
I think that's a little bit anecdotal. If
I'll pass.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about that. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
I'm not the best speller either. So
I do apologize for that, sir.
I put Proud Food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah. So I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brown Foot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
Really,
I thought I put Proudfoot. Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people. It's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this, and I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, "Well, I'm controlling." No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, he will only get.
What?
I said he's controlling.
He said I'm a husband that protects his wife.
He said I'm not controlling. I'm a husband that protects his wife.
It is what it is. Let's keep going.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Katie reported she heard a thud.
To tell us how you really feel. Smoke.
That's it.
She don't want to know how I really feel.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, "I don't know what you're doing in there. But you need to go to bed." I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, "Yes, ma'am."
Okay. We're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up.
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that.
What pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him he responded back.
Love you too, Julia.
Moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Simping?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
I'm going to answer it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help, because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right.
So, well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark.
And I know, and it's hard for it, trust me, for everyone out there that, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, the stuff that you see on TV and, you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. He doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
And that's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera. And he
not that I'm aware of, not that Katie is aware of. I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on, all the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed, why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my family that will not be discussed with.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But as far as I know, I'm not. I didn't see any difference, but
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen, because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route.
Well, and, are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well, he had like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank
Trev's still
you.
here.
Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can. Yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So I think that you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email.
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication.
Here it goes.
Between the people that I'm sending stuff to you.
I just had to use the bathroom real quick. I'm back.
Yeah, someone asked it.
Smoke, can you make sure Trev's still with us?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I had to use the bathroom real quick. I'm back. I had to get some water too.
Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
I
told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
What is it? Great. What?
I explained to you. I'm willing to work. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me
Now,
questions.
if you notice,
going on a social media
Seth
platform.
jumped down
You
right
asked me
this
questions
moment.
about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone. It looked like
Uh-oh. I think so. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure it'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just
stop it.
I just wanted to say that I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe. And that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, giving these lunatics like JLR, etc., running around chanting and screaming. It's
I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yep. So
it should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have, but anyways, yes.
Okay, Gray Pubes.
Yeah.
What?
I said, okay, Gray Pubes gets Chris's balls out of his mouth.
Oh God.
Dude's a joke, man.
Man,
you know
I don't,
even said
I don't do
about it?
that. I don't do that, creator. I don't bash on creators around here, but I get it. I get the people.
I know you don't.
But see, I don't like the drama.
But see, the thing is, he was on there doing that, and then he got off and made a whole live about him being on the show. It wasn't even about Sebastian. He got on here and he started his own live after this whole thing ended and was talking about himself instead of Sebastian. Screw that guy. He jumped up immediately after this whole thing ended right here. He got on his own live and started his own live talking about he was on the show. It wasn't about Sebastian. It was about him being on this freaking panel. It's sickening.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bash, other creators, but that dude right there, scumbag.
Damn.
He got on here. He got on this panel to defend Chris. That's only why he was there. He wasn't there for Sebastian, just so he can defend Chris because Chris felt like he's outnumbered.
Yeah, I feel you.
I'm sorry if it seems like I'm just down. I'm not trying to down creators.
My mouth shut when it like, again.
Yeah, I'm not trying to create drama or down creators. I'm just saying
it's about Sebastian. I mean, I don't give a fuck what he's talking about up on here.
You don't see.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and it'll be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free, and he can. If it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online,
I'm texting him.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
agree.
Yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had, and I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris, my mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, I'm sure.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture.
Oh my god.
So there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there and, yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you. I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house. I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog. Some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter.
Damn.
The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to do with it.
Got it. Okay.
Hey, drama.
Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking.
You know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa.
So people have been asking, and this I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers.
In case people
Yes,
are wondering, that right there is Seth calling her.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats.
Ellie, thank you.
And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets
There's the death threat part.
Yeah, I do believe Seth just called her, so he's on the speaker. Y'all will hear that in just a second.
Well, I thought he joins but gets booted off and then calls.
Yeah. So he already came up and he tried talking and he got off. I'm not sure why he got off. It could have been connection or he could have been mad. And he was in the chat for a very good length of time. But then I think he just called her, and that's what we just heard is her phone going off, Seth calling.
Forwarded screenshot and sent straight to them.
You said did CP and KP go to the vigil? No.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I've been on Gravity. What's up?
Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
okay, well,
I'm going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes
for us, hold on. To be on your property.
Hold on, Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
but yes, you have spoken.
You are very correct.
To him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I can, as I can, when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to it, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so we would really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. You know, we've heard from others who are you know, not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. I think that has been a little difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. I will glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know.
Bro,
was that like their
outside.
normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because
outside.
She asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
First, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing, and me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there's a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry. Do you want
say that one more time? I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand it. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay. So, Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
So one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend, or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making.
I mean, is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things.
T-REV had taken.
And a lot of times, that's where you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No, he was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and brother. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris, that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good well. You got a question about my
I'm just asking.
You pick up the
phone.
phone.
Taking somewhere to boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think that's being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer any
I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak.
Wow.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just
mad defense, Skippy. Mad defense.
I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations.
See, this is why I kept playing. This is what I wanted to get to. This part right here, because it gets, I don't know, it gets steamy here, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
It does. It gets fucking crazy right here. Excuse my language, but it does. Did CP say Sebastian had noodles at TRH? Katie said he had salmon.
Yeah,
he did have salmon. He had salmon at Texas Roadhouse. I know that for a fact because Seth told me. So I do know he did that, and I know he got home at 6:39. Jenny said gaslighting. Sonny says Katie is a coward. She knows the truth. And Debbie comes through and says Seth made Sebastian real to people. It has to be made personal. It's clear CP and KP are fine. He's gone. This dude seriously needs taking down a peg. What?
Because if you got a problem with him, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, this statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you
to
should,
do
Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worshams and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
what
situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things. In turn, dispelling these things will take some of the BS off of you.
Why he treats every question as though he's being
That was uncalled for.
attacked.
Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies.
Christy.
I don't know Seth.
Yeah, Christy said, what do you think of the chance that a Wi-Fi jammer was used? This is talked about a lot, and that is why cameras times may have been stuck at 3:10 p.m. or a.m. KP should definitely have known how to do that. They are cheap to buy. I don't know. I'm gonna have to.
You can't rule it out. I mean, anything's a possibility.
A Wi-Fi jammer.
But see, I think a Wi-Fi jammer can be if one's been used to tamper with electronic devices, you can always find those little cookie crumbles of a Wi-Fi jammer has been used.
This is a Wi-Fi jammer. I'm looking it up a little bit more. A Wi-Fi jammer is a device that disrupts the signal of Wi-Fi networks. It works by broadcasting radio frequencies that are similar to use those by Wi-Fi, but at a high enough power to overwhelm the normal communications between devices and a Wi-Fi router. Here's what it typically does. One, interference with Wi-Fi signals. The jammer emits signals on the same frequencies used by Wi-Fi, causing interference in the communication between wireless devices and the network access point. 2, disruption of internet connectivity. By interfering with the Wi-Fi signals, a jammer can effectively disable internet connectivity for devices that rely on a particular Wi-Fi network. This results in a denial of service where devices cannot access the internet, send emails, or stream videos, etc. So that kind of dives into what people are pointing at there. 3, it blocks communication. It can prevent devices from communicating with each other over the Wi-Fi network, which can disrupt a wide range of activities from file sharing to network printing.
So, in other words, if you suspect your connection has been hit with a Wi-Fi jammer, here, step 1, check your router settings, check your neighborhoods, networks, look for interference, use an RF detector, check for unusual behavior, look for unauthorized access points. So you would have to constantly be checking your connection to see if there is an unidentified network that you do not recognize is in your area that could be interfering with your connection. So they would have to have been seeing that live time to see if there was a a jammer, in my opinion.
She said prayers for Sebastian and prayers for all the missing children. God bless you, T-REV. God bless everyone here tonight. Maybe one day Katie and Chris will tell the truth. Chris's arrogance. That's probably how half the people here are feeling.
Also, Wi-Fi jammers are illegal in most countries due to disruption they cause to wireless communications. If you suspect someone using a jammer, it is advised to report it to the authorities.
Jeez, you said geez, unnecessarily irate. He's definitely super irate and screaming in here. That's a fact.
And actually, Claire is right. If a Wi-Fi jammer was used, then the Ring cameras wouldn't have worked.
Good morning, Beach Life. Nice to see you, by the way. What is the name of the YouTube? It is, what is it? It's Web Sleuths, I believe it's on. Yes, Jazz. Damn right. It's crazy. It is. It really is. It really is. And I don't know.
I've seen.
Keep watching.
But
this is my second.
These ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comment.
And Christy. And
that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
Kelly says, let's be honest, JLR, DB, BHB, BK, and all those folks haven't done C and K the way they have done Wells and Laundry, so miss me with this hollering, threatening, scared bullshit. Damn. Kelly's going I appreciate you. I get it. I get it. C and K. You said all those folks haven't done C and K the way they have done Wells and Laundries. Yeah.
See, my thing is this though.
I get what you're saying. I get the comparisons and all that. And
why didn't Chris jump up and say, before you bring Seth on, if we're going to talk about stuff that should be talked in private, we should not do it here? Why didn't he do that?
Correct. Beforehand. I mean, why wouldn't you have already did that and gave the information?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you? I wonder. You said I wonder if what? If you said I wonder if KP got beat up after this. Just saying. Why are you so defensive, Chris?
I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know how frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I'm not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
as a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have been.
I did say that actually several times. And you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find him.
My biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So, yes, you can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room so many things can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors, and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox, with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. There's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is real simple.
To find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly, because right here we can end rumors, so people know. When I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later. Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, wait. Okay,
Chris,
so
that's
let me
not productive.
finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish.
Damn.
You all are playing one-sided here.
I mean, that's a little. I mean,
we're all playing one side here. How is
what's your
that?
thoughts on that right there? It got turned up a little bit.
That man, the guy's obviously just completely. He's enraged and he can't think clearly at all. And no matter what they say, he just gets mad and mad and mad. So it's like the dude's clearly not in the right state of mind. He should have technically never done this panel, in my opinion. They should have had a private conversation in private manner. If there was this much turmoil between both parties, they should have squashed it before they done this, so that way this didn't escalate like this. That's what I think.
Yeah. It's the turmoil's crazy right here. Like the raise of the voice, I don't give a fuck. Like it's crazy. It's drama that Sebastian doesn't need.
Hey, and you know
Extra
what?
drama.
I can't be mad at somebody for having an opinion along the lines of saying, wow, I'm seeing how CP is here. Is he like this at home? I mean, I can't be mad at somebody for saying something like that, because you're seeing how he's being right here. You can only assume what he's at like at home. Is Sebastian in danger? Should we be worried if he ever does come home that this CP that we're listening to right here is going to be around him? Just my thoughts.
It's crazy. A real husband would encourage his wife to be everywhere talking so she can find her child. Keep on keeping on, says. And I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Shout out to you. And I agree with that, actually. I agree with that. You would both openly talk because nothing matters. If you're going out publicly, of course. You have to be definitely in the public eye, or somebody who is willing to go out and talk if you are. But again, if you don't want to be in the public light, just don't enter it at all. Do your little one mainstream right off the get or whatever, and then I guess back if you're consider your privacy or whatever. If you're scared of threats and things of that manner, which is, I don't know. I just find it to be super weird, but it is what it is. Say Carol Travis. I know, right? What did Carol Travis say? I'm nosy. Chris is showing who he really is. Keep talking, Chris. Condescending prick, Jazz says. Damn. This guy boosted pal right in the kisser. I swear. Wow. It's getting wild in here.
No, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
they were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Juicy information.
Christian, we move on to the question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up. Okay. Is it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was, if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
Well,
you go to a church and you'll find it.
Hold on, Seth. I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because I understand, I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's semantics.
For you to think that I don't go to church?
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
I'm sorry, what did I say? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay? There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained, and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together. And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of. But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I
Right.
told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
That's what I was thinking. I've been thinking that, if he left on foot, he's definitely, you would think he would be close to home if he didn't get abducted.
Here's my question, though. Let's say Sebastian is out there somewhere, right? And he's with somebody and he's got access to all this. And what if he's seen this? Do you think he would want to come home now after seeing this?
Nope. Nope. Chris is showing his true colors. Let him rage. Danica says he started this call at anger level of 69 and now was shot up to a 300. Agreed. Agreed. You could tell Chris has never been punched in the mouth. Damn. That's what I got to say to that. Wow. Feds listen. Oh yeah, come on. They're listening. Whether they're looking or not, they definitely probably listen. CP did himself no favors. Just Peachy says he needs mental help. Connie says makes me think that perhaps the theory is right because Chris is off the chain. Damn, RM. Nice to see you, RM Worthington. Damn, he's ridiculous. There's no reasoning with that narcissistic lunatic. They need to keep pushing CP. Keep pushing him. He's not far from being pushed over the edge, and I believe he may crack. Damn, some people, I see some opinions out there are still looking in that direction.
Who was he mentioning? So, during this screen that we were watching, he mentioned something to Seth, and it stuck with me. About whenever Seth asked about the rumor that Sebastian got put into Chris's mother's car. Then Chris said something like, well, I'll get such and such, Bobby and somebody else. Does anybody know who those two people were that he was referring to?
Who?
CP mentioned two names.
You're talking about Bobby and somebody else?
Yeah, who are those people that he mentioned? And what do they have to do? Why would he? Are they Bower Sox? Was it the Bower
Sox?
Yeah.
Bobby and I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the Bobby part. I'm going to be honest with you right off the rip. I don't know who Bobby and Kurt. I don't know. Who are they?
Yeah, that's
Bobby,
my question.
Bobby and Carter.
Why did he use that almost to a point where it seemed like he was using it to threaten Seth? It seemed like a threat to me. That's what came off to me. Don't make me get Bobby and Carter come down and we'll have a fucking powwow. Who is Bobby and Carter? Are they powerful people in the Bower Sox family? I mean, that's a question I'm having, and that's what I'm asking is that if anyone knows who they are, shed some light on it for me, because to me, I took that as a major threat to Seth. It definitely sounded like a threat to me. That's just what I'm getting at. To me, it did.
You said definitely sounded like a threat. Huh. It was a threat. Yes, you're right. You said, why does Seth have to speak to Bobby and Carter? See, a lot of it, everybody's saying, it's a threat. Yeah, that was a threat. I could agree. Total threat. Oh, Smoke, good point.
Are they FBI agents?
I don't know, man. I'm confused with it.
I think it was a threat, dude. I do. I really do think that was a threat.
Maybe it was.
Now, I will say this much.
It's almost
that
we're getting there.
Everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing.
Lady Devon, thank you.
If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. Please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay, that needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just for me, you feel it for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mm-hmm.
TBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity still exists out here, that we can come together. Heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing, and that's good females too. I'm not. It's just for evil to exist and continue. Is good people don't do something. They do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
you might see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it split, Steph, because Seth was getting him for the summer, and it was just only the summer, from what I understand from Seth. And I had one into contacts back
up.
Yes, that's what it was. He was getting him. He had him enrolled in summer school, etc. So I don't know.
Yeah. So when school ended in whatever month it ended in, Seth would get him until school started back up. Then he'd go back to Katie's.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Do they split custody, or law enforcement just doing their job and communicating with both? I mean, the way that Chris said it in this interview, it's like he's getting a little bit more information than possibly Seth is. That's the way it sounded to me anyways.
Well,
Allegedly.
Seth came out and publicly said that law enforcement isn't cooperating with him at all, so he has to hire an investigator and all that other stuff. So
said YouTube creators took advantage of Seth at his saddest time. I don't know. You gotta. Is that really true? I mean, giving them a platform to put out to thousands and to help push to find Sebastian is, I don't know.
I will say right now in defense and to counteract that, right now there's 1,657 people watching this stream right now.
Yeah, 4 a.m.
At 4 a.m. And you know what? The message
came on at like 1 a.m.
Right.
Everybody is asleep in America.
That's
Near.
1,657 people that know about Sebastian.
I bet a lot of people in here from across the pond, and
yeah. So you take that number and you times it by, and plus add it to all the other channels that are covering Sebastian. That's a lot of people that are being aware. That's spreading awareness. I don't think it's taking advantage of them. That's just my opinion.
T-REV, can you have your group chat or a group in a private chat setting where certain people cannot participate? Oh, you mean like members only? Is that what you mean? Absolutely. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about members only, where members only can communicate. Yes, there is a setting for that. But you said that bully sounds like he never got his attitude adjusted before with that mouth.
When you got a lot of money, you don't have to worry about that.
This shit's crazy.
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Early, ain't it?
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he is saying that there's a lot of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Right.
Crazy, I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening and are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door. You want to sit there and pick on people that you're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back. I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
My son is not here, and I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get
a regular life without my son here?
I'm sorry, Chris. What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right, Seth.
20 miles.
I know what you're doing, and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie.
That's pretty
guys
close.
need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't.
It's crazy, man.
I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but
that is a little bit excessive, I guess. But at the same time, people are gonna see it, send it in. It just is what it is.
Yep, part of it.
It's human nature, honestly. People are they don't know who sent in anything because it's anonymous. How can people know? I mean, you got to stand on the side of the people here. When people send in stuff, they don't know if you got it if they got it to you or whoever got it to them. They don't know because everybody's anonymous when sending in stuff. So it's not like people can read brains and know that that's that until it's announced.
When information is being withheld from the public, we don't know what's been said and what ain't.
Exactly. So you gotta. That's how I look at that. When you get a bunch of information from people, because I get it all the time. You'll get it in emails or, you'll see it a lot. And then you see people bringing it up and then it'll be confirmed. But people won't stop until there's some type of confirmation about what is being said.
Right.
It just is what it is. And until that confirmation comes out, then people really will stop talking about it. They want to make sure it's seen and checked into, and I can understand that. I definitely do.
Don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So
you said
I have a different message to send. You know, I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to TBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's
Absolutely.
important.
And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, it's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children, and I would like for you to take your step back, and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them, you get to hold them, you get to hug them, you get to give them kisses every night, you get to say I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One, regardless of how you feel about me. Because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down.
Tone everything down.
Focus on the positive. Keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you.
If Chris would have kept the same tone like what he just used right here in the beginning, then so many people wouldn't be questioning him right now. Just saying.
We're almost at the end of it.
Yeah.
We're right here coming around the mountain on it. This, again, I don't know, man. I thought that it did shine a light on like a few small details. Again, the pants?
Yeah, the pants.
Or not the pants, but at least the clothes that we know they're accounted for, and they use that for a scent. What other new information was in there that we didn't know? Besides a bunch of drama.
Unneeded drama. And honestly, like I said, if he would have kept this same tone where he's now starting to show compassion, that he's winding down a little bit, people wouldn't be questioning him. People wouldn't be saying this hateful shit. But he came off so hostile. He's feeding the trolls.
Yeah, I definitely believe that. That's my exact thought when that comes. I mean, the trolls are definitely they're eating that shit up.
Right? Now they got a whole
like Skittles.
35 plus minutes of him raging.
They're eating that shit up like Skittles, bro.
Not only the trolls, but now Nina can use this.
When I was an independent guy. Yeah, that's a good point.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
Well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help, and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. Well,
let's see. I see a message that came through. That's the end of the interview right there.
Hey, it's Melissa Malizi, the one that sent 70.
Oh, that's Melissa. What's going on, Melissa?
Anyways, I just want everybody right now together to take a very deep breath in through your nose through your mouth. This little boy is somewhere, and we have to find him. I know that at some point we will. It may not be in the matter that we wish, but at the same time, I just want you guys to know that I am 100% down to travel somewhere and look for him or do whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm.
A little too late for that. So, I don't know. I don't like saying that, but damn, you know?
I hear you, Melissa.
I wish things were different, but they're not.
Wish you oughta.
But I wish y'all the best. All the love, all the positive energy, nothing but goodness I want sent your way.
Yeah, Melissa's nice.
Even though it may be too late for others, there's nothing that, you know, can make other people stop from like wanting the best for everybody else. This little boy has been missing for so long. Like, I just like picture him as my, like, I have a son same age, and my God. I don't even know what to say about the whole entire scenario because you have people coming from like all different.
Oh, she was going in.
Yeah.
The little boy is missing at school tomorrow. I could just picture him as a zombie. Like I have a son that age, and my God. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Melissa. I see what you're saying. Hold on, somebody called in and said what? Gosh.
What?
T-REV, I gotta give it to you that you go through a lot of calls. So cheers to you, even with some crazy stuff. I don't know why I always laugh. Okay. I'm still trying to get through to you.
He's still trying to get through. I don't know, man. What's your initial thoughts on this interview, Smoke, as a whole? We just listened to it all from start to finish. What are your personal thoughts on this interview?
To be honest with you, my honest to God thoughts on
Did
this.
it help at all? Was it healthy in any manner? Did it?
No, it was not healthy at all. And to me, all it did is made Chris look even more guilty. It made the Proudfoots look guilty. I mean, if you're going to come on here and just exert that much anger and hostility,
I hope she's all right.
Then, well, I think what we're hearing is she was probably just really tired.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I just honestly think that, you know, without holding back, I think CP and Katie, they know the truth and they're not saying it. Katie won't man up. Well, that's terrible to say. Katie won't do the right thing. Sorry. Katie allegedly. Katie won't do the right thing.
Again, all opinions shared on this panel are not the thoughts of T-REV, and it is speculation and allegedly. But again, when it comes to, I do think that, I mean, the answer lies there, bro. Like, again, whether he left or not, I just feel like the information needs to be out front to the community that's looking for him.
Yep.
There's a community of people looking for this boy. Don't you think that it's important to know the design of the shirt, whether it had, you know, white, blue, green, and whatever the shirt is. Don't you think that's important to get it out? Not 63 days in, still having the conversation about what he's wearing. Are we serious here? That should have been out the first fucking week.
First day.
I mean, we know based off of the posters and stuff what he was wearing, but in general, down to the design, etc. Show the shirt. Show what it is. Appreciate
Honestly,
you,
it should have been that kind of information should have been shared day one, because anybody could change his clothes, or he could change his clothes, and then now he's not in those clothes anymore. Now he's in something different.
It just makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. Let me see. Let me go back and look. You said, in my opinion, sitting around in the RV drinking beer. I mean, hold up. Let me pop this open, because this was just sent to me. And again, I don't choose what's sent to me. Probably can't even see it. Hold up.
I can see it.
Might be too close. Let me see if I can. Oh, this was the visual night.
I heard somebody say that.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I'll pull it up. I'll download it and send it to myself. You said can't see it. I'll tell you exactly what it is. Hold up. This is the video of it's a video of them. I mean, people are there. They're watching at the Yogi Bear campground. People live there, are following the case, and watch here live. So, I mean, there's a gang of people out there that care about Sebastian, and they're curious of why. I don't know. Again, they're curious, like, why. At least from her, when I talked to her, she's like, well, as long as Sebastian isn't, nobody's there to answer the door for him at home, I'm keeping an eye out. That's her opinion.
She has every right to do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what she really, that's what she was saying. You said don't be confused. It is clear to who, or to those who can see.
All I can say is tonight, this right here, this panel did not help CP's case at all.
Let me see. All right. I must have missed what she said. I must have definitely. And thank you, Professor Vona, for the 9 months. Appreciate you. Jenny, thank you. My cat's name is Karen. I need proof that CP took and passed the polygraph. Huh.
He said with flying colors.
Yeah, he did say that with flying colors in the new interview. He did. Susie, thank you. Welcome to the Rev Game family. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to catch up here. I see I'm behind. Steph said legal custody, question mark, 50-50. If so, law enforcement should talk to Seth. Again, as far as the custody, what I do know is that Seth was getting him for the summer, had him going into summer school. And it was a mutual agreement. There was no argument. There was no contest to that.
Yeah.
That's what I do know.
I mean, and Seth even came in here in the chat earlier and invited me and Trev to come out and help search.
Yeah, Seth is, when we're live, he either catches it after or he's in here watching. Simple as that. I mean, that's what it is. Vic says, who would have thought CP would get mad after his parents get accused? My bad for answering so late. Damn, you sent this at 4:52. I feel bad getting to him so late. I'm so locked into watching this interview again and really catching those final details to everything that was said. He said, who would have had thought CP would get mad after his parents get accused? I mean, that Ken Davis person accused, a lot of people are accusing, but that, come to find out, we found the Ken Davis. So if it's anything, law enforcement's going to get down to that. But about CP getting mad, I don't know. Did he really get that mad to you? Do you think he got that mad? He said, you could call my parents. You can call them. You got their number.
Yeah, he got mad. He did.
That's what he said. He said, you got their number. You can call them. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I looked at it. He was like, you just give them a call. You got their number. That's exactly what it was. He said he was on fire. Write the details down. T-REV, was that paperwork already drawn up? Not that I'm doubting. Which paperwork are you talking about? The divorce paperwork? Which one? Which one are we talking about? Seth is, you said Seth is what? Thankfully, people can be charged for murder without a body. Flying color, Chris. Sold the snake to a friend, and they said, are the Proud Feet gonna try to get the reward money sent to them like the Wells did? I don't know. You said they were threatened. I'm not refuting, but they were out and about in public if if we saw pics. I don't know. He did make some great points though. If he's ripping posters down like people claim he is, post a video.
Yeah, let's see the proof.
Definitely post a video. I agree. You can't go off of that. I've heard people tell me he was out ripping posters down, and without that proof, we can't. It's hard to really say that.
And I can understand where he's coming from when he says that kind of narrative can stir shit up.
It can. And if again, whoever has that, if that's true, put it out. Put it out. Put it out with him ripping down posters.
For
that
all
put
we
an end to
know,
all that.
CP and KP could have nothing to do with this.
But I definitely can't believe that without seeing it though. Like as far as the ripping
Right.
posters down, I can't believe that just off an empty rumor. I'm sorry. There has to be solid proof. There just has to be. I mean, you gotta look at it that way. It just confirms to me he was up in Seth's face at the vigil, trying to intimidate him. And he talked about it in this interview too, Missy RN. He was like, I wasn't aggressive. We had a regular conversation. Right? I mean, ain't that what he said, Smoke? We had a regular conversation.
He said we had a good conversation, but I had people on behind my back snapping photos.
Yes, he did say that part. You said, why did CP say Sebastian went out the front door? He could have gone out the back door or through the garage.
There has to be some kind of camera angles that we're not seeing. Has to be.
Good night to you, Myrna. Appreciate you. Damn, it's 5:10 a.m. We almost been live for 4 hours. I wasn't even gonna go live. After seeing that interview, I was like, oh my goodness. You know? Steph said also the dispatcher discrepancy. I DM you in Discord. Steph, I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. The dispatcher discrepancy. I didn't see that in there, and I'm definitely gonna check it out. Helena said, thanks Trev, thanks for sharing the interview. You're one of the nicest YouTubers covering this. We all thank you for keeping Sebastian's name out there. Thank you, Helena. I appreciate the support to the channel. I'm here. Like again, I was honestly hanging out tonight, y'all. I wasn't even gonna go live. Like honestly, I wasn't. But when I seen this interview, I was fired up. I was like, you know what? I think I want to go on here and just dissect it and listen to it, because I know I don't want this to be the main point of something that we, the main thing that we talk about all week, which I know it's going to be. People are going to be talking about this.
Oh, yeah.
I know the phones are going to be ringing and people are going to be talking about this interview, etc. And that's cool. It is what it is. But Sebastian, where's Sebastian? That's what we want to know.
Yeah. And
you won't be able to stop people from having an opinion about that, but in general, I'm saying the main focus is to keep it. Where's Sebastian? We want to keep that out there. We want to keep sharing. We want to keep circulating until he is found.
And if I get a little extra money or so that I can save up a little bit, I will personally take a trip out to Clarksville and I will go with Seth and I will help investigate.
Well, I will help look. He's actually I know I talked to him. They're scheduling some search, and somebody from the channel here that has dogs that are very good had contacted him. I won't say who they are because they're very good people and they don't want to be known, and that's fine. Right. But they are from here, and I'm glad that they're helping him out.
Got respect anonymity, man. Got respect it.
I'm just saying in general, I'm glad for the Rev Gang family that I have, because people like that are out there actually helping him. And again, I won't put them on Front Street. I'm not going to say who they are. You'll never know who they are because they're privately doing things. But to know that, somebody's dogs that are well trained in that field that have the experience, and I was able to contact or put them with Seth, and he's getting that help. So hopefully it helps, hopefully it does. Hopefully the dogs can go out there. Maybe they find something. Maybe they do find something. Yes, Smoke and you, Rev. You said we had the quiet, then the storm. Now the dirt will fall and someone will break, Witchy Mama says. I'm glad you did. Oh, you glad I came on. I know. I was like, I wasn't even going to. I was coming live today, like I usually do. I was like gonna chill for Saturday, right? Which really technically is still Sunday. So I mean, I guess I did go live Sunday, but seriously though, it was my Saturday night to me. It was my Saturday night to me. So I don't know. It was good. I made sure I put Sebastian gone missing out here in California. Trev and Smoke, we are aware and keeping Sebastian's name out there or out here in California. Sonny Peterson it's appreciated.
Now that is actually
all of it is.
That's a good point. Now, if you all remember correctly, Steph has said before, he said that they originally lived in California and they moved out here to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they're searching California where they originally lived.
I don't know. That's a good point. Let me bring this up. The heck is that? There we are.
I think I need to get off here and figure out if I'm either going to drink some coffee or take a nap. I don't know yet. I don't know.
Right? Well, I'm on the same boat in a minute. We'll see. I believe we might just hear of an arrest this week. Sunflower Susan. I'll be looking for it, and I'll definitely remember your comment if that happens too. I'll be like, damn, Sunflower Suzanne called it out. I don't forget things like that. Damn, he's got a temper. He must be hiding something, says Becky Glass. Missy R says CP is too ignorant to understand the sweet child disappeared from your house. You were all about protecting and using a belt and a wooden spoon.
I'm fucking taking that though, because I think I won't wake up.
He looks, yeah. You never know. Crazy. Something has to give.
Yeah, I just don't know, man. I feel like this interview just did nothing but cause issues.
It did. It caused a lot of issues. You said I'm glad it's nearly dinner time because I wouldn't sleep now. It's 5 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. here, man.
I've been on since like what, 1?
Yeah.
I had to come on though. Anger issues, Christy Glick says. Coffee time.
I've got some of that.
I will ruin my day if I do that. I got to get some type of sleep. I just got myself off of that type of schedule. Literally. And it's late right now, too. I know it is. It's a nice slumber party. Go and have a sleep, T-REV, and smoke. Yeah, I'm about to in a second.
I can't sleep because I have to get up at like 6:30 to pick my wife up from work and head that way so you can pick her up. So if I fell asleep now, I ain't getting up. So I had no choice but to stay up.
Mm-hmm. Well, damn. I mean, I'll probably fall asleep. That's 5:17 now. By 7, maybe 8. Worst comes to worst. Seriously, it takes me a minute to wind down when I get off these streams because I start thinking about these. My mind starts running. You know what I mean? It happens every time I'll get off. Like I'm going to bed, but then my mind starts running, and here I am up for 2.5, 3 more hours, and it just is what it is. T-REV is 6:15 a.m. here, and I am making hot tea and awake. Well, you'll see me later on. I'm gonna be live regardless. I'll be live today. When I get up, I'll be on. You could bet your ass that. When I get up today, I will be on.
Yeah, and guys,
again, I wasn't even gonna come on tonight. My plan is to come on like from Sunday all the way through, with maybe one day out, at the most 2. At the most. I'm on damn near every single day.
Yeah, you just gotta set yourself a schedule and have a wind down time for you. I mean,
well, I'm kind of random, honestly. So like I'm very random. I'll come on sometimes at 12, 11, sometimes 9 in the morning, or I'll be midday and then it'll change to like 6 or 7 and then 8. It's crazy. My schedule's wild. It's when I don't know. It's right when my engine runs. And it's just always been the way I've been. Besides Idaho 4, that case, I was up by 6 a.m. every single day, live from 7 all the way to like 11 at night.
Shit, the Kylie Rodney case, you stayed up 24 hours.
Dude, I repeated it. Listen, like Idaho 4, I was on like a schedule, right? Then you had like every case was different though. Cavalcante, I was live for 15 hours a day. I'd come in. Dude, I'd do 15 plus, right? And do double lives.
Oh my God, dude. The Kylie Rodney case, at one time you did like a 24-hour, it seemed like 24 hours.
I did do a 24-hour stream.
I was like, man, this guy is dedicated. This man is on it. He's the only channel I've seen that has been able to stay, going live
24 hours, right?
Yeah. But guys, I will say again real quick, I am sorry for mentioning another creator. I know it's not, it's not something you should do because it does create drama. I was not trying to do that, but I will say that guy just really pissed me off because of what he was doing. And you know what? If he wants that smoke, he can come to my channel and get it. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Trev, for all you do and bringing us. You're welcome, Melanie. We're here. I'll pass out once my Benadryl kicks in and the storm doesn't ruin it. I know the storm has been shaking the crib all night long. It has been shaking it all night long. Damn thunder and lightning. Also the dispatch. Oh, okay. I seen that. I seen all that. Just making sure. Well, all right. I'll wind it down. I'm about to hop out of here now.
Yep. Thanks for having me on again, brother.
No doubt, brother.
If you ever want me on, you know where to hit me. I'm on. So
no doubt, brother.
All right. Y'all have a good morning. Thanks everybody for having me. And yeah, I'll see y'all.
Later, brother.
Later, man.
We'll get some, man. Shout out to Smoke. Appreciate him coming by. Hold up. But you know how we be doing it over here. Let me add this back. But I appreciate all of you. I'm tired. I'm not going to lie. But I had to watch that with you guys just to see some of y'all's reactions. And I know I'm going to hear about it this week and tonight when I know I'm going to hear a lot about it this evening. I'm going to hear a lot about it for sure. And it's fun. Shout out to everybody who came by the stream and hung out. I appreciate all of you. 1 second. Here we go. Okay, I'm good now. 1 second. We'll do this. Let me remove that. And
keep me in your head, 'cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, 'cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, 'cause I could cross the line any minute. And I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer.
God changed my life for the better and now I'm feeling great. These demons always try to come around and take my place. So kneel beside my shadow space and say a prayer for me, 'cause sometimes I catch myself losing faith. Then I remember what my mission is. I'm here to make a difference. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. All they do is kill little kids, and you expect us to sit back and keep watching and listening? You better change this grim script and resist. We must rise together and not just exist. So lift your voice, break the chains, pray for strength amidst these pains. We must all come together when we pray.
Keep me in your head, 'cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, 'cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, 'cause I could cross the line any
shadows far too deep. Whisper the prayers every night before I go to sleep. Dreams of dawn where fears are gone and heaven hears the pleas. I wish I could bring every single missing person back. I see these frustrated families and about to crack. In the night's cold grass we light a match. I'ma keep being that person that always makes a path. The Rev gang's here to stay. I made a way and we will keep being
right.
the voice
I made
no
that
matter
song.
what they say.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could.
Whoa, hold up. I got you with the closing prayer. We didn't forget about that. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with heavy hearts, filled with concern for Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, who has been missing for over 60 days. Lord, we lift him up to you, trusting in your mercy and your endless capacity for miracles. Guide him wherever he is, protect him from harm, Lord, and comfort him in his solitude. Give him strength and hope, and let him feel your presence alongside him, holding him safe in your loving arms, Lord. We also pray for his father, Seth Rogers. Grant him strength and courage during this tremendously difficult time, Lord. Fill his heart with hope and faith, never allowing despair to diminish his spirit. Provide him with the support he needs from friends, family, and the community. Enlighten everyone involved with wisdom and clarity to find Sebastian and bring him home safely. Lord, we ask for your wisdom to guide the efforts of those searching for Sebastian. Inspire the hearts and minds of all who are moved to help, and let their actions be fruitful. In your name, we trust and pray for a reunion filled with joy and relief, Lord. May your love sustain all those who ache for Sebastian's safe return, and may you bring peace to all who call his name in their prayers. In the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Cross the line any minute, and I can use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Yeah, Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for a love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look. It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on a page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the war and train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing a part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hopes train from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light, in this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to its knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster when y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. And they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No wins, there's no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
By myself. Here comes another good one right here. This is probably my favorite one. One of them anyways. This one's deep. Wait for the Voiceless dropping this June, actually. With all these songs on there, by the way. And a lot. And some more songs that you haven't heard. Yeah. This one's one of my favorites, though, for sure.
Yeah. Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama. And I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of. And I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Dear mama, you're all that I got. I know life was messed up and went left with my pops. I was out there running the block, drugs in my sock. After I got raped, I blamed you and my pops. I was mad at life, I hated myself. I thought if I could blame y'all, it would fix itself. But I was wrong, and I can admit that there is nothing worse than waking up every day not knowing your worth. Mama, no matter what you did to me, I just wanna say I love you. I'll make you proud with victory. I stand tall every day and look these kids in the face. Growing up like I did, that's why I wanna make a change. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am. So this song is for you, mama. You gotta know that you're special. I miss you so much. If you need me, I'll come to your rescue. Mama, I remember just the other day, you would tuck me in the bed and tell me everything's okay. You would tell me nothing's ever gonna happen, but these people kept coming around. It was like the devil watching us collapsing. I just had to forget it, but just know you're forgiven. We get stuck in the system. Mom, get out that prison, cause you're better than that. I'll carry us on our back and pull us out of that trap. Dear mama, I love you.
I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Mama, I know you lived through the trauma, and I ain't trying to bring it up to start no drama. I just want you to know that I'ma glow in your memory, cause you were the best. I have your soul. Don't ever let no man tell you what the to do. Don't ever let no man put his hands all over you. I don't wanna see you getting hurt anymore. You've been to hell and back, mom. It's time to open them doors. It's 2024, I'm here to turn the page. Voice for the voiceless, the year we make a change. Tired of the deaths in our country. People acting funny, switching over money. Materialism, people lack substance. Haters everywhere, the devil's getting comfy. Dear mama, spread your wings, you're free now. I love you, I will always forgive you, no matter the troubles.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will let up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made
gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsessions. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. God Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.